Since 2002, the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon has brought together collegiate students from around the globe, united by a desire to create a better future through high-performance zero-energy buildings. Competitors from 35 countries and nearly every U.S. state have pushed the boundaries of architecture, engineering, and clean energy technologies over the past 20 years, constantly reinventing what it means to be cutting edge. More than 25,000 students from 790 collegiate teams have devoted their time, energy, and passion to the U.S. Solar Decathlon. And even more have joined one of the 6 international competitions held around the world. Since Race to Zero was added to the Solar Decathlon platform in 2018 as the design challenge, more and more schools have gotten involved and embedded energy efficiency and renewable technologies as key pieces of their student capstone courses. Teams have logged countless hours of work, sometimes around the clock, and across time zones, and the outcomes have been worth it. Students have built 151 houses in the U.S. competition and designed more than 320 buildings powered by clean energy, helping to address climate change. Hundreds more have been constructed or designed for competition editions held overseas. In the history of the Solar Decathlon, 9 Build Challenge homes and 12 Design Challenge projects have won grand prize honors. But the wins go far beyond the trophies. Through the Solar Decathlon, students, faculty, organizers, sponsors, affiliates, and supporters have developed strong friendships, overcome adversity, pursued new career paths, and helped move an industry toward energy efficiency and renewable sources of power. From the first 14 houses built on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. in 2002, to the dozens currently being built or renovated in a neighborhood near you, to the hundreds of buildings imagined and drafted as part of the design challenge, the Solar Decathlon is proud to be the scaffolding for student innovation. Happy 20th anniversary! What will you build next?
Not yet. Good morning. Welcome to the Solar Decathlon 2022 competition event awards ceremony. I'm so excited. We have a very full day of presentations yesterday. 54 design challenge teams presented, and 24 build challenge teams were also in front of juries. What a day, and we were so glad you're here to participate in that. This morning, we will be announcing the Design Challenge winning teams and the Build Challenge approval to proceed teams within the hour. I like to hear that enthusiasm. We are so excited to be giving these awards away in person. All right, we will have an alumni panel, networking break, and grand jury presentations will fill out the rest of the day before our 20th anniversary celebration. And grand winners will be announced for the design challenge before we leave today. For those in the room, you may notice our amazing AV company in the back, Multimedia AV. For those at home, you can't see them, but they are helping us make this hybrid awards event ceremony possible, and we appreciate that. If there has been one positive about the COVID pandemic, we have all lived through the last 2 years. It is the realization that hybrid formats are not only possible, but incredibly important. By providing a hybrid competition event both this year and into the future, we are able to make the Solar Decathlon more equitable and accessible to students everywhere. And nowhere do you see that more than the Solar Decathlon, a worldwide competition. I'm incredibly excited by this, and I want to thank our 300 plus in-person participants and over 400 plus virtual attendees for being here today. Virtual participants, please bear with me for a moment as I speak to some in-person logistics for this morning. I hope you've had a hearty breakfast. Coffee, tea, and water will be refreshed throughout the morning, both inside and outside the ballroom. We will have lunch after the grand jury presentations, so make sure to stick around for that delicious lunch. Also make sure to stick around to enjoy our cake, which we're very excited about. Restrooms are out the back and around the corner, towards the reception desk or the front door of the Marriott. In the case of an emergency, please exit through the back of the ballroom and out through the doors and straight into the parking lot. All right, now, very exciting. To prepare for the possibility that you will be on stage this morning, please take a moment to remove your badge. I know we've said wear it all weekend. This is the time to take it off in the hopes that you're coming up here and getting one of our beautiful trophies this morning or an approval to proceed certificate. Took mine off this morning. Thank you for wearing those in. The badges kind of clutter the photos, so we want you to shine, not your badge. All right, in the spirit of COVID this morning, we welcome you to choose your handshake. So consider now what you want to do. You are welcome to shake hands when you come up. Fist bumps are acceptable, elbow bumps, or if you just want to pass the peace, you're welcome to do that as well. So choose that, and we'll be respectful of that this morning. Now, with that, I would like to invite our esteemed director, Holly Jamison Carr, to the stage to kick off our awards ceremony.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I've really had a wonderful time this weekend watching your presentations and chatting with students and faculty and jurors and just soaking in the passion and the knowledge that you all bring to your projects. I always learn so much from you. I always learn about new technologies, of course, like residential hydrogen and new heat pump water heaters I didn't know about. But I also access new worldviews through you. Worldviews that, for example, allow you to see communities as sources of wisdom rather than groups of people to be fixed with design. I heard someone say recently that if you are over 40, and you don't have a mentor who is under 40, so if you are over 40 and you don't have a mentor who is under 40, you have a problem. You have already mentored me this weekend, and I hope we can keep that going. Honestly, the fresh perspective, the conviction, the downright audacity that I have seen in your designs this weekend gives me hope. We need to mentor each other in this work, young and old and in between, right? I've had a Post-it note on my computer screen hanging on the bottom there. It's all faded now. It's been there for many years, and it's a quote from a Norwegian environmental philosopher named Arne Næss, who says simply, "The front is long." I take that to mean that there's plenty of room for all of us to do this work. There's plenty of room for different ways of getting things done and for lots of different roles. This is a competition, but we really need to mentor each other, young and old and in between. So I want to take a moment this morning to thank everyone who has been on the front for Solar Decathlon, who has dedicated their weekend and the weeks and the months before this to make this event a success. And the front is really long. We truly could not run this competition without your support. And I want to first thank our sponsors. Our supporting sponsors this year are Bank of America, HKS, Infineon, Lowe's, Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, and the National Association of Home Builders, and RDF Building Science. The logos of our contributing sponsors are visible on these screens, and I want to thank you so much for believing in the mission of our competition and for supporting hundreds of students to experience Solar Decathlon each year. Please join me in a round of applause for our sponsors. Some of our sponsors will be announcing the winning Design Challenge teams in just a few minutes. For those in person, if you see them during meal times or networking or breaks, please take a minute to thank them and to learn about their organizations and their transition to a clean energy future. Other sponsors who are not able to attend in person have provided recorded remarks, and we're going to hear some of those during our lunch hour later today. Next, I'd like to thank our Design Challenge and Build Challenge jurors. They have dedicated countless hours to reviewing team submissions, listening to presentations, providing feedback, and making tough decisions while deliberating. They are volunteering their time to this competition because they believe that students like you are the key to the clean energy future that we envision. Please join me in giving our jurors a round of applause. And if you're a juror out there, wave your hand, let people know who you are. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to express a huge thank you to our Solar Decathlon organizer team. You may not know how many people it takes, this is just a sampling, how many people it takes to really put on an event of this caliber. Thank you to the organizers at NREL, to our contractor staff, and to my colleagues at the Department of Energy. I can honestly say that among this team, Solar Decathlon is not just an event that we put on for work. It is really a lifestyle. The team is dedicated to ensuring a fair competition that evolves to remain relevant in a rapidly changing world. Thank you, organizers. Next, please join me in giving the faculty advisors a hand, real or virtual, if you are out there virtual. Our esteemed faculty advisors are the ones who help us bring Solar Decathlon to life at your universities and colleges. We could not run this competition without their knowledge, their hard work, and their devotion to you all as students. So thank you very, very much, faculty. And finally, of course, I want to thank you all, students, both our in-person and virtual student attendees. It is no easy task to get to this point and to carve out an entire weekend, some of you during finals, to participate. And we spend the entire year looking forward to being with you this weekend. So thank you so much for being here and competing in this event. With that, I wish you all good luck. And I can't wait to see who our winners are, and we're going to find out in just a few minutes. Michael is now going to talk to us about our fabulous new trophies. Michael?
Thank you, Holly. And as Holly said, we're excited to reveal some great new trophies that will be awarded to Solar Decathlon teams this year. Developed by a local artist called Catella here in Colorado, these trophies, I'll put it here so it's easier to see. These trophies use recycled and reclaimed materials to display the Solar Decathlon logo in the form of a structure with a slanted roof. I like the look and the feel of these with the metal and the wood. It's a great touch. The wood in these trophies is reclaimed from Tennessee barns. It's on the back side here. Tennessee barns dating from the 1800s, and the steel is at least 90% recycled. Thank you to Catella for designing these trophies specifically for the Solar Decathlon. Some of you will get to see and feel the weight of these yourself when you receive your awards today. And for virtual awardees, don't worry, you won't get to hold your trophy today, but we will send them to you. And with that, I'd like to hand it back to Holly. Thank you.
All right, before we hand out these beautiful trophies, I want to take a moment to celebrate this year's Richard King Award recipients. These awards, one for Solar Decathlon faculty advisors and one for Solar Decathlon alum that we give out each year, honor individuals who are making an outstanding contribution to the transition to a clean energy economy through their work with the Solar Decathlon and beyond. This award is named for the man who founded the Solar Decathlon way back in 2002 and directed the Solar Decathlon until his retirement from the Department of Energy in 2015 or 2016, right around there. We are so pleased to actually have Richard King with us today. Richard, I welcome you to come up to the stage and help present these awards. All right. The first Richard King Award was bestowed in Denver, Colorado in 2017 at the Solar Decathlon. And this year we have had a truly exceptional group of candidates nominated. So many decathletes are doing great things out in the world in the clean energy field. It was really difficult to choose just one recipient, and trust me, because I was a part of that selection. However, I am certainly very pleased to announce our awardees. Our Richard King Award winner in the Student Alumni category is actually not quite with us this morning, but I'm going to announce him anyway, and then we'll see him a little later this morning and take some photos. This Student Alumni awardee for 2022 is Alex McDonald. So this is our award that we are going to be giving to Alex. I'm going to give that to you to hold for just a minute while I get to talk about Alex for just a moment. So I'm sure many of you have spoken to Alex. He's been around this weekend. Alex is a senior program manager for Tesla. Alex's work contributes to decarbonization in the transportation sector. He is primarily involved in Tesla's Supercharger program, which is the largest electrical vehicle charging, fast charging network in the world with more than 30,000 chargers globally. In 2015, Alex led the Team Orange County Build Challenge submission, which included students from the University of California, Irvine, Chapman University, Irvine Valley College, and Saddleback College. Team Orange County placed second in the engineering contest that year, and Alex has remained involved with the Solar Decathlon by mentoring design and build challenge teams nearly every competition since. Alex will also serve as a grand juror later on today for our design challenge, and one of Alex's nominators shared, "I can firmly state that we would not be participating in the 2023 Build Challenge competition without Alex's guidance and expertise. What stood out most about Alex is that he was very interested in supporting us, even though he had no ties to our university." So congratulations, Alex. We look forward to shaking hands and taking photos in just a few minutes. So give him a hand.
If he shows up for our panel, we can give a quick
Can I give you that one back? Our Richard King Award winner in the Faculty Advisor category this year is Joe Wheeler from Virginia Tech. Come on up, come on up. Joe Wheeler is a professor of architecture at Virginia State Polytechnic Institute and State University, Virginia Tech, and has been a faculty advisor for Solar Decathlon teams since the competition's start in 2002. Joe has advised 3 Virginia Tech Build Challenge teams, and his nominator shared that he has set the standard at his university for experiential learning and inspiring other programs to participate in the design challenge. He has also been involved in several international Solar Decathlon competitions and has exhibited Virginia Tech Solar Decathlon houses on Times Square and on Good Morning America. Joe has partnered with colleagues in electrical engineering, material science, industrial design, manufacturing, and transportation to develop and implement the use of new materials and technologies in solar decathlon houses and beyond. Congratulations. Okay, are we taking a picture? Do we have a photographer? Okay. Where, oh, there you are, hi. Okay, so we'll flank you. Tell us how you want us here. Great. All right, let's give all of these awardees a final round of applause. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for your ongoing support of Solar Decathlon. I want to make sure that you know that this is an annual thing and that you are all eligible to submit nominations for the Faculty Advisor and Student Alumni Awards. We will open up those nominations in January, so don't hesitate to put someone in that you really think is deserving of this award. Thanks. Now I would like to invite our partner from the American Institute of Architects, AIA, to the stage for an announcement, not of an award, but of a brand new Solar Decathlon program. Please welcome Melanie DeCola, Senior Manager of Architectural Research at AIA, where she helps firms discover, apply, and share research occurring across the field. Melanie has worked in the field of architecture for more than a decade, and we are excited to have her join us this weekend as a juror, and also this morning to give us this exciting announcement. Melanie?
Thank you so much, and thank you to all your hard work over the last few days, weeks, months. It was really a joy to be a juror yesterday. So you just heard us talking about some of the amazing work Solar Decathlon alumni have been doing in their fields post-graduation. But what about the individuals who haven't been able to participate in the Solar Decathlon during their time as an undergraduate or a graduate student? How can we support these skilled and seasoned professionals to transition to zero-energy building techniques? So I'm here to help introduce the Solar Decathlon Professionals Program, SD Pro for short. So in partnership with the American Institute of Architects, my employer, SD Pro is designed to provide industry professionals with an opportunity to develop building science expertise, gain practical experience designing zero-energy projects, and earn continuing education credits. SD Pro is targeted to early and mid-career design professionals in residential or commercial building design. So NREL hosted the first pilot program of SD Pro in 2021 to great success and excitement from the participants. The first cohort of professionals to experience this program with AIA will begin a 10-week course in this May, earning CEUs by taking zero-energy design practicum components, which challenges them to revise an existing building design to reach a zero-energy target. Participants will also have access to building science education course, which was developed by the Solar Decathlon, which many of you completed this year, including comprehension quizzes and interactive exercises to complement their educational experience. Please share this program with your networks if you think anyone might be interested in either being part of the cohorts or being an instructor in this program. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Melanie. We are so excited about this new program. As you all know, the Solar Decathlon experience is valuable, and to share this with professionals is, wow, quite the partnership with AIA. And my name is Amanda Kirkby. I'm your Assistant Competition Manager for the Design Challenge, and it is my pleasure to introduce our next guest, Joan Glickman, who is the Program Manager for the Residential Buildings Integration Program at the Building Technologies Office, U.S. Department of Energy. And Joan, I don't know if you know this, but 4 years ago, I was a student here sitting in the audience, and Joan came up in a bright orange blazer. This is a photo from that day. And I will never forget those inspirational words that she said that day, and I will let her share her 4 C's, but I'm excited for you to hear these inspirational words today. And without further ado, Joan Glickman, please come to the stage.
Thank you so much, Amanda. That's very kind of you. And I am going to go over some of the 4 C's, but I'm going to add a P to that, which is be prepared and don't make your remarks the day of the presentation, because otherwise you have to bring the computer up with you and hope it doesn't die on you as it's sitting here. So anyway, and I'm really glad I wore that jacket yesterday and not today. So anyway, there you go. So it is really a pleasure to be with all of you today, and also both virtually and in person. And it's just been a great pleasure and honor to be with everyone this entire weekend. I so much enjoyed the presentations, the discussions, meeting so many students, faculty, jurors, other attendees. It's really been a joy. And I tried my best to run around and see as many presentations as possible. Obviously, I couldn't get to all of them, but it was really hard to choose, and I saw some great stuff, and I wish I could see more. I learned so much, and I was truly impressed with every person I heard or I met. You showed commitment and innovation. You took the challenges to think on the spot and answer tough questions, even if it meant saying, I don't have the answer. And that takes courage. And that's one of the key things I'm going to talk to you about later, about a key ingredient to solving our world's biggest challenges. I've been a big fan of Solar Decathlon from the start. And as much as I love great design and architecture, I value Solar Decathlon first and foremost because it's not just about building buildings. It's about building relationships and building each other up, building up people. It's about students and professionals working together to make each other better and to make the world better. I hope you've learned over the past few months that you don't need to wait until somebody hands you the diploma to get started. You've already started. You're diving in, which is great. And by diving in and applying your unique knowledge and view of the world, you have and will continue to accomplish remarkable feats. I want to congratulate you for the long hours, the thoughtful deliberations, and the teamwork you put into your designs over the past few months. While we think of this as a competition, I hope you realize that whether you make it into the top 3 in your division or not, all of you have accomplished what at least we at the Department of Energy think is most important, and we think we're right usually, so there you go. You've tested and developed the interpersonal, technical, and analytical skills you will need to tackle real-world problems. You've challenged yourselves to reach greater heights, and you've inspired others to do so as well, which is just as important as inspiring yourself, really. Your designs and teams are part of the Solar Decathlon ecosystem now, and your work will be shared nationally and internationally. An idea that you might have may spark an idea in someone else, and you will see that in the future, and that idea may grow into something else remarkable. So as I mentioned to some of you, I have 2 kids about the same age as many of you. One's a freshman in college, the other's a junior. And like them, I'm sure that many of you are thinking about your futures. Actually, I wish they would think a little more about their futures, but I'm getting the sense that you guys all do. So, and since I'm their mother, they don't listen to me, but hopefully you'll just think of me as a DOE person and maybe you'll listen to me, even though I'm also a mother. So you're probably worried, like, what am I gonna go and do? What's my career? Where will I end up? What's the right job for me? And so as someone who's worked on these things for more than 25 years, I'm gonna give you a little perspective on what I think is key to success and fulfillment in work and life. And don't worry, I'm not gonna sit here for like an hour. I don't have that much to say. So I have 3.5 more minutes, so I gotta go fast. Okay, so earlier I noted that courage is one of the key ingredients, but there are a few other C's you have to remember. So communication, first and foremost. Ideas are only gonna come to fruition if you know how to speak them clearly and write them clearly. It takes work. It doesn't matter how good a writer, how good a speaker you are now. You have to keep working on that all of your life. And you have to learn to speak to different people different ways. And you know, people think of writing sometimes as an art. I think of it as a discipline, especially in the kind of work we do. It's a discipline to think clearly and to write your words down and make sure that you can come up with a thought and convince people. That takes a lot of practice and work, and it's really worth it. The people who write well are people I really admire. I think I'm a pretty good writer, but you can learn from people who can edit your work, take that criticism well and learn from them, ask people to edit your work, help you clarify your ideas. It's really complicated and very, very important. It's also speaking in front of groups. Some people it comes more naturally than others. Doesn't matter. You can learn how to do it. If you're not comfortable doing it, just keep doing it more and more. The more you do it, the easier it's going to get. The second C is collaborate. You've all done that already. You've come together as a team. Very few innovations are like what we think of like Thomas Edison and like the light bulb went off, that he just did it by himself. I'm sure that wasn't true, but that's not how things work. That's not how great ideas come to being. It really takes collaboration, and that's actually why I've probably stayed at the Department of Energy for more than 25 years. It's because I get to work with just exceptional people in all disciplines. I get to work with computer scientists and engineers and mathematicians and social scientists and policymakers. I have a policy background, but I get to work with all these great thinkers, economists, and it really takes that kind of village to make good solutions work for lots of people. The third C is curiosity. Be curious about the world. You're not going to come up with solutions that are going to work for people unless you understand people beyond your small group. And it gets harder and harder as you get older, either for financial reasons or because you don't want to stay in a dumpy place anymore. It's hard to go travel. So now when you don't care as much about the dumpy place that you can stay in, I did that, and it's really worth it. Go to South America, go to Asia, go to Europe, go to Africa, wherever you want to go. Go and talk to people, and if you can, try to immerse yourself in other people's cultures. So take the time to do that, even if it means, even if you have a job. Say to your boss, hey, I need a couple months off to go do this. It's going to make me a better person, and it's going to make me a better individual who will bring more to the table. Next, it's about courage, as I said. It's not about confidence. Confident people actually really annoy me. So maybe that's just me. I don't know. But a lot of confident people I know are just not that great. And it takes courage and not confidence to come to the table and to realize that you're going to make mistakes and say stupid things and ask questions. It doesn't matter. If we knew what we were doing, you guys wouldn't be here, right? We would have figured this all out by now. So all those people that are confident and think, oopsie, I'm out of time. So luckily that's the last C. Anyway, none of us have all the answers. So make sure that you come to the table. Don't worry about sounding foolish. It doesn't matter. You're going to help move the ball. So let me close by saying that while I love NREL and DOE, as you look for jobs, there's no best place to work, as Martin, the director of NREL, said. That's not to say that every job offer you get or job you're going to have is going to be so great. Probably won't be. And you'll have your ups and downs. But keep looking, keep trying. And not to sound corny, but I'm not a boomer, but I am a 50-plus old mom, so I can be corny. It's about the journey and the destination. And by destination, I don't mean like, I want to be a CEO, I want to win the Nobel Prize. I mean, keep your eye on whatever your North Star is. For me, that's climate change. But it's also other things too. But climate is the first one I think about every day, other than my family and my friends. Friends, family, and climate. But luckily, a lot of them work on climate, so we're good. Anyway, whether that's solving equity challenges or wherever your passion lies, focus on that and keep it in mind, because if you lose track of that, you are not going to reach your potential, and I'm sure you're going to. So keep that in mind. I congratulate you, and I wish you all the best in your future ventures and your adventures. Thank you.
Well, as Amanda promised, that was fantastic. Thank you, Joan. Love that. All right, the time has come. We are going to start with our division awards. All right. One quick logistic: if your name gets called, your team name, please, and you're in the room, please enter the stage on the left here. go all the way over to the people on the right-hand stage, and we'll squish you in for a picture. And you can shake hands or bump fists or whatever you want to do along the way, and we'll give you your trophy. Please bear with us for our virtual teams. We will be taking a picture with their trophy, and I know it's just going to look like us in the room, but I promise it'll be us and their virtual picture on the live stream. So we'll have that picture of them with their trophy. So please bear with us, and we are so excited for our virtual teams as well. All right, we are going to start with by far the most popular division this year, new housing. New housing really takes on the challenge of bringing to market net zero residences that are not only energy efficient, but comfortable for occupants. Jurors talked about how the teams had a strong sense of community in this division. It is my pleasure to introduce Rand Ekman. He is the Chief Sustainability Officer at HK Architects. He was the 2012 president of AIA Chicago and the 2015 chair of the AIA Committee on the Environment. Served as the founding chair of the AIA 2030 Commitment Working Group. I'm sure a lot of you heard about those in your studies. He has a passion for the students of Solar Decathlon for years now, and he has served as a juror for several times. We welcome Rand and our other people for the awards. Great.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sure you're all really excited for this. We're going to just launch right in. The 2022 New Housing Division, third place. In the 2022 New Housing Division, the third place winners understood their climate better than any other team, proposed a scalable, effective strategy for affordable housing, and focused on the local community needs, complete with an Arctic room for processing local fish and game. That probably gave it away. This award goes to Team Oshrevik. You all need to know that Oshrevik translates to blueberry, and that this is the University of Alaska Fairbanks.
Yes? Everybody step up. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right. In second place for the 2022 New Housing Division, the second place winner responded well to the jurors, hitting all the fundamental building science, used all the capabilities that CAD tools had to offer, and effectively implemented a livable, buildable, modular design. Congratulations to the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Are they here?
We'll just take a picture with their award. They're virtual.
Yeah.
Do we stand together?
Yes. Just stand together. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Now one of the reasons I wore this tie today. In the 2022 New Housing Division, the first place winner incorporated a climate-sensitive solution, including fire mitigation, developed an envelope so well designed that mechanical was not needed, and addressed every detail, even down to the tea kettle in the kitchen. Join me in congratulating the Decathlon at the University of Technology, Sydney.
Thank you, appreciate that. That would not be good.
No.
All right, I'll introduce
Okay.
the next one.
Right.
They're virtual and it's very late. All right. Wonderful. Congratulations to our new housing teams. We are so excited for you. All right. New this year, the Retrofit Housing Division challenged teams to address the real problem of our building stock, renovating existing buildings to current standards while improving the energy efficiency. And I definitely heard some great conversations going on in that division room yesterday. All right, Rand.
All right. In the 2022 Retrofit Housing Division, the third place winner prioritized accessibility, completed extensive documentation of energy use in the existing building, and modernized a solar decathlon build project from 2005. The award goes to the Pennsylvania State University.
Grab a sheet here that'll give us a cheat sheet. They're on site.
They're here?
Here they come.
Here they come.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
All right, moving along. In the 2022 Retrofit Housing Division, the second place winner was described as hands down the best responses to the jury's questions. Had the best defense with thorough research for every design decision, and used creative materials, including wool insulation. Congratulations to University of Canterbury.
They're a virtual team. Virtual.
All right. And again, in the 2022 Retrofit Housing Division, the first place winner completed embodied carbon analysis to minimize carbon impact. Exceeds expectations by going above and beyond in their market analysis, and developed a report so engaging that one of the jurors wanted to curl up with it under a blanket. All right. So join me in congratulating Georgia Institute of Technology.
That is the kind of reaction I love hearing, and I know it's going on virtually too. It's just maybe looking a little different because they're not in a ballroom in their finest. They're probably jumping around wherever they are. I love that. All right. The attached housing division looks at row homes or residences with 2 to 12 units, and we'll get started with that. Okay. All right, Rand.
Okay, here we go again. The 2022 Attached Housing Division third place winner carefully considered the financial needs of the owner while meeting the economic needs of the occupants. Turned an existing house into a retreat judges wanted to live in, and completed a thoughtful economic analysis that was sensitive to and respectful of the community. The award goes to, the team's name is Sunshine Upgrade at the University of Central Florida. All right, and in the 2022 Attached Housing Division, the second place winner developed a realistic co-working space, uniquely oriented the building to face the courtyards for an improved community experience, and embraced transit-oriented development. Congratulations to Project Zero at Ball State University. All right. In the 2022 Attached Housing Division, the first place winner researched local codes, applying it to an innovative design, demonstrated sophisticated building science, and shared a viable, scalable concept in attached housing. Join me in congratulating Ryerson University.
Thank you so much to Rand and our first residential divisions. Amanda?
Okay. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the commercial building division winners. But first, we'll introduce our sponsor, Patrick Kane. Patrick Kane is From the Solar Decathlon supporting sponsor, Infineon Technologies. Patrick is the director of the University Alliance program and will announce the division winners for our commercial divisions, multifamily building, office building, and education building. We'll start with our multifamily building division, one of our largest building divisions this year. And with that, I'll hand you these. And
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Let me just say I'm very honored to be able to be here to present these awards. So without further ado, multifamily building division, third place. The third place winner excelled in an area that is not their primary discipline. They displayed a strong understanding of site and community and completed a thorough market analysis for their home using a realistic working wage. The award goes to the team from Evanston, Illinois, Northwestern University. Okay, this brings us to the multifamily building division second place. And the second place winner exuded creativity in architecture and build systems. They performed an explosive and dynamic presentation captivating the audience and innovatively incorporated a wind wall. Congratulations to the University of North Texas. Okay, and moving on to first place. Thank you and congratulations. 2022 Multifamily Building Division first place winner employed a simple plan using design excellence to make a unique home, weaved building science into the historical vernacular, and thought about how to provide the entire community with energy through their project. So please join me in congratulating the Multifamily Division team, the University of Arizona. Congratulations.
Once again, congratulations to all our top 3 teams. Now on to our next division. We have the office building division. This was one of the most furious debates for these top 3 teams. So know that all teams in all divisions did very well, but this jury especially had a hard time selecting their top 3. And with that, I'll have you announce the next 3 for the office building division.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, so let's start out here with the office building division third place. The third place winner maintained their professional poise despite technical difficulties, tackled a daunting retrofit project, reducing energy use by 62%, and incorporated a novel algae coating. The award goes to the Tehran University of Art. Okay, congratulations again. So let's look at second place here. In the office building division, the second place winner impressed the jury with their solid engineering and realistic design, considered the carbon footprint of materials with careful analysis, and encouraged people to use the stair with their thoughtful design. So congratulations to the Ryerson University in Toronto, Ontario. Okay, that brings us to first place in the office building division. And the first place winner created a net zero building with historical context, told an exceptional story of how their project used an existing building site, and crafted a well-integrated, beautiful design that embodied the local culture. Join me in congratulating Nyeongji University all the way from Seoul, Korea.
Congratulations to the top 3 teams in the office building division. And last but not least, our education building division. This is especially important with education being the groundwork for everything moving forward. And with that, I will pass it to Patrick to announce our education building division winners.
Thank you. So 2002 Education Building Division third place. The third place winner exhibited perfection in design, embraced the community with a focus on providing food, water, and education in an impressive and replicable design, employed novel energy production, and created a replicable design for more schools. The award goes to Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico. Okay, moving on to second place in the Educational Building Division. This team looked outside their building by helping the community with a microgrid, expanded the concept of the design with a holistic sense of sustainability, and prioritized improving indoor air quality and thermal comfort while maintaining energy performance. Congratulations to the team from Virginia Tech. Good work. Congratulations. And finally, our Education Building Division first place. This team left the jury completely stunned with the accuracy of their design, took on the challenge of a climate they were not familiar with, and used on-site energy storage to provide resilience and the ability to operate without the grid. Join me in congratulating the University of Cincinnati.
Congratulations to all the division winners in the education building, and I will pass it back to Rachel for a few more remarks.
Oh, no. Holly, don't go anywhere. Congratulations, all teams. That is my favorite part of the whole year, is giving those trophies away. So with that, Holly is going to give another announcement.
I kept my little glasses up here. All right, congratulations again to all of our division winners. We can't wait to see your presentations to the grand jurors in just a few hours. But before we get our approval to proceed announcements for the Build Challenge teams, I'm excited to be able to announce another Solar Decathlon initiative. This is our 20th anniversary, so we're taking advantage. As we enter this third decade of the competition, we thought that now is the right time to expand our impact. So you already heard about expanding our impact into the practicing professional realm with Solar Decathlon Professional, which aims to reach mid-career professionals. And we are now pleased to announce Solar Decathlon Pathways, a program created to familiarize high school students with careers in the clean energy industry. So I'd like you to raise your hands out there, students, if you knew that you wanted to be an architect or an engineer designing zero energy buildings when you were in high school. Some people did, probably. I see a few hands. Okay. Raise your hand if you knew what an energy modeler was when you applied to university. All right. Who knew that building science was a thing when you were in 9th grade? Good. Okay, we've got one person out there. All right. But that is why we're doing this. That is why we are doing Solar Decathlon Pathways. In its pilot year, a 2022 to 2023 academic year, Solar Decathlon Pathways, or SD Pathways, will connect Solar Decathlon Network, that you are now a part of, with high school students in classrooms across the United States. Alumni will lead students through activities related to the built environment, renewable energy, and describe their educational paths and highlight careers students may not have been aware of in the energy sector. Alumni participating in SD Pathways will receive a small stipend for each school that they visit, and they'll have the opportunity to make really impactful connections in the communities that they engage with. We encourage any of you who are graduating this year to sign up and give 1, 2, or 10 talks with high school students near you or also virtually. There'll be both opportunities. And even if you aren't graduating this year, we really hope that you'll consider filling out the interest form. And we have this giant QR code, which we hope is big enough that you can like raise up your cell phones and go to that interest form right now. And now I will hand the mic back to Michael, and we'll be moving on to our notice to proceed. Michael?
All right, thank you, Holly. So before we shift our focus to the Build Challenge this morning, I just wanted to take a moment to say one more congratulations to all of the Design Challenge teams. You all did such great work to get here this weekend, so give yourself a round of applause. And so now for the 2023 Build Challenge, I mentioned a lot of this on Friday night, but I'll say some of it again. This weekend's event marks a critical milestone in our competition calendar. These teams have worked for the past 6 months to build their teams, develop a design for their project, identify a construction site, secure industry partnerships, and more. And yesterday, our Build Challenge decathletes presented their projects, including designs and plans for construction, to a jury of industry experts who review each team to provide approval to proceed to the construction phase of the 2023 Build Challenge. And this year, that approval is accompanied by a $50,000 prize award from the Department of Energy. These jurors evaluate each team's technical approach, their engagement with their collegiate institutions and their industry partners, their organization and project planning, and finally, their conceptual design. And ultimately, jurors are asked, what is the likelihood that a team will successfully complete the work necessary to meet the requirements of the Build Challenge rules? In other words, teams must demonstrate a high level of design development and preparation that indicates their readiness to complete construction, operate a finished house for measured contests, showcase the house during community exhibition period next spring, and finally present a final project to contest juries at this event next year in 2023. And now, we're excited to announce the teams that have been approved to proceed for the 2023 Build Challenge. I will start by welcoming Sean Lamons up to the stage. Sean is part of the performance construction team with Mitsubishi Electric Trane HVAC, focused on efficient cooling and heating systems for residential new construction. He has 24 years of experience in the residential building industry with small and large companies, nonprofits, and volunteer work. Since 2009, he has completed energy-related analysis and in-field work on more than 6 million square feet of residential and commercial buildings. That's a lot of buildings. Sean strives to expand his building science knowledge and skills at every opportunity. He enjoys sharing that knowledge through hands-on training and mentoring for all levels of building professionals. At this time, I'll invite Sean up to announce the first set of Build Challenge teams receiving approval to proceed. Sean? Thanks, Mike.
An honor to be here. Thank you very much. Well, we'll get right into it, make up some time. We're going to start off, it's a good day for Ball State. All right, and next up, from the local schools of Colorado School of Mines and Arapahoe Community College. And next, also here and taking a very long trip, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. There he is. All right. All right, and some colleagues already awarded Texas A&M, and they are remote, so we're going to just take some pictures here. Right. Next up, we have Pennsylvania State University, Harrisburg. All right, two more. Welcome to the virtual stage, the University of British Columbia. All right, and last on my short list, we've got the University of Kansas, also virtual. Thanks. Oh, yes.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. At this time, I'd like to welcome Anna Stern to the stage to continue announcing Build Challenge approval to proceed. Anna Stern is a program manager of the Sustainability and Green Building team at the National Association of Home Builders, where she focuses on educating and providing technical assistance to members on energy issues and sustainable building practices for high-performance homes. Prior to joining NAHB in 2019, Anna worked at the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center, where her efforts surrounded the development, implementation, and management of the Mass Solar Loan Program, connecting consumers with low-interest financing for residential solar. Originally from Silver Spring, Maryland, she holds her master's in environmental science and policy and her bachelor's in psychology with a minor in environmental science from Clark University. Anna, welcome to the stage.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. It's an honor to be here. Without further ado, I'm excited to announce, firstly, University of California, Berkeley, and University of San Francisco. All right, next we have University of Colorado Boulder. All right, next up we have University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. All right, next up we have University of Waterloo. All right, the next approval to proceed, University of Wyoming. next up, we have Washington University in St. Louis. All right, and I believe on the virtual stage, we have Woodbury University.
Sorry, thank you, Anna. Just working through the flow of things here. So congratulations to those teams. But in addition to these teams that have received full approval to proceed and the $50,000 in associated prize funds, the following teams are receiving a contingent approval to proceed and will continue refining their designs to fully meet the competition criteria. When these teams address the comments provided by the jury, they too will be invited to continue toward construction and will be eligible for the prize funding. At this time, I will announce teams. If you're here in the room, we'll invite you up for a photo as well. The teams virtually will do our virtual photo here. And first on this list, we have Brigham Young University. Next up, we have Central Washington University, who's joining us virtually. Next, we have Mississippi State University. Forgot, I think their flight left earlier today. If you're here, though, feel free to shout if I'm talking over you. Yes. Sorry. All right, next, also virtual this weekend, we have Monash University. Next is Northeastern University. And another virtual team, we have Thomas Jefferson University. And finally, the University of California, San Diego. So thank you and congratulations to all of our Build Challenge teams. This approval to proceed and $50,000 prize award represent a lot of hard work from each of you. But the work is not done yet. We're all so excited to see you bring these projects to life over the next 12 months. You'll work together with your teammates, collaborate with industry partners, engage with your community to create something truly impactful and special in your local region. And in the end, we'll see which team walks away with the first place trophy after all points are awarded across 10 contests next year. I look forward to observing this process and to seeing all the Build Challenge teams over the next year. And to giving more trophies away, right? So, a quick overview of the rest of the day. I think I have another slide. Yeah, so logistical notes before the next event. Next up, we have the 20th anniversary alumni panel, which is right here in the ballroom for our in-person teams, and on this same live stream for our virtual guests. After that, we will have a networking session for those in the ballroom here, and that hour will be a break for our virtual teams. Now, I realize I think we're a little behind schedule here, so virtually make sure you stick to that agenda so that you catch us at the right time. Following that break and that networking hour, our Design Challenge grand jury presentations will occur, and we'll have lunch with video messages from sponsors and other Solar Decathlon supporters, as well as a 20th anniversary celebration, Design Challenge grand prize awards, and more. Design Challenge winning teams, please meet at the stage or in the virtual breakout room after the alumni panel, so make sure you stick around for the alumni panel, but meet after that panel. Rachel will meet you where you need to be. If you have any questions throughout the day, you can pop it in the chat on Zoom, or grab an organizer wearing one of our yellow name tags, which I took off to be up here, but the yellow ones that you've seen us wearing all weekend. Please move your attention now to the screens where we will play a short video while we reset the stage for our 3 alumni panelists and moderator, where we'll kick off the 20th anniversary alumni panel shortly. Thank you.
We actually met during prep for the 2009 Decathlon. We hadn't known each other before. And I got lost in the engineering building because it was a part of the building I didn't usually go in for class. And I ran into him in the stairs. We formed some, not just our relationship, but really great friendships out of that have lasted a long time. And I don't think we would have necessarily had that without the Decathlon.
Going through Solar Decathlon together, we saw the best of each other and the worst of each other. And we could see the honesty and the passion that we both had when we really wanted to attack a problem. And that just sealed the deal, really. We finished the Decathlon in, October, November. He proposed in December, and we got married in 2010. And now we've got a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, and it's the dream.
Our life is kind of crazy. We have
a lot crazy.
We have 3 boys. One is 6 years old, and then we have twin 4-year-old boys.
It transformed who I was. Before Solar Decathlon, I was sort of just doing what I had to get through school. And so when I started Solar Decathlon, the passion came out. And so I got the drive to work harder, to work towards a goal, to be interested and motivated by sustainable design.
The Solar Decathlon, and because we're both very hands-on people, we always have house projects going on too. So the kids, I was recently teaching our oldest how to wire an outlet, which was kind of a fun experience.
First, I'm reading the book casually to my kids to fall asleep. It's about closed-loop processes in terms of the sustainable world.
My kids know how solar panels work, and they're like, yeah, an electron gets excited and then pops out and then jumps up to the middle. Like, oh yeah, no, like this is who we
Trying
are.
to create the future of our world, right?
Right.
Me and three friends kind of started talking about an idea of doing a redesign for the Habitat affiliate that was nearby. But then we really saw a lot of potential in it to get more students involved through the University of Waterloo. And that's when, with our local affiliate, we actually started kind of like a club design team on campus where we basically went from 4 students to, in the first semester, I think we had almost 40 students involved. They won the attached housing category, which was really awesome for them. And I think it really energized them to want to continue doing it. And then as I was getting into graduating, that's when we talked about doing the Solar Decathlon the following year so that we could actually physically build a home with a local partner. My first year full-time, I was working with a building science consulting firm. It was great work, I loved it, but there was still a sense that I wasn't like loving it like I did when I was doing Solar Decathlon Race to Zero. So part of me was kind of like, I think I need to get back to doing something similar. And so I actually started looking for jobs with Habitat for Humanity in a role that made sense with my educational background. This job position came up for a project manager to build 5 tiny homes, and we're actually building 5 tiny homes with high schools. So as part of like an educational program, we're building tiny homes on campus for incentivizing skilled trades, and those tiny homes are actually to be built and then transported to an Indigenous community in Northern Ontario. You know, an education can be a lot more than just writing tests and exams and getting passing grades. It can be tangible things that you can take on into what you do in your career. I don't think I would have ended up in a nonprofit situation building tiny homes. I know for me, this really helped me find my passion.
So I was 2002, so I was the first one. I actually just responded to at the time my school, University of Virginia, just had a posting for essentially an independent.
There we go. All right, everybody can head back to the tables now. We're going to get started with our alumni panel.
You want them on stage?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh. Want me off stage?
I'll invite folks to head back into the ballroom, and we'll start with our alumni panel in about 30 seconds. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started. As you know, we are celebrating our 20th anniversary all year long. And one of the ways that we wanted to commemorate this milestone this year is by pulling together alumni from across the Solar Decathlon to have a bit of an unscripted chat about what the program did for them, and where they have gone in the years since. Richard King, the founder of the Solar Decathlon and director of the program for more than 15 years, has graciously agreed to moderate the alumni panel for us today and to share some of his fondest memories from the early days. Richard is joined by 3 alumni, all of whom are also judges this weekend, so thank you for that. And I'll give you a brief introduction of each of them, and then Richard and the panel will take it away. First, I'd like to introduce Gracelyn Atablayo. Gracelyn Atablayo is a facade engineer at D. Simone Consulting Engineers, whose work focuses on the design, engineering, and analysis of various facade and enclosure systems for both residential and commercial buildings. She is an alum of the Solar Decathlon Design Challenge, taking part in the mixed-use multifamily division during her Master of Engineering in Architectural Engineering at Illinois Institute of Technology. Welcome, Gracelyn, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Next is Nina Ormazabal. I got that sort of right? All right. Nina is an associate professor and dean in the architecture department of, this is the other really hard part, the Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria in Valparaiso, Chile. Yes? Okay. Her passion is to teach architecture through experiential learning. Nina was also a decathlete herself at the Solar Decathlon Europe. That was the first European Solar Decathlon in 2010, held in Madrid, as well as the faculty advisor in the 2014 Solar Decathlon Europe and the 2020 US Build Challenge. The 2020 Team Chile was awarded first place in resilience and third place in innovation, as well as winning the People's Choice Award. Thank you so much for joining us. And third, one of our Richard King Award winners from earlier today, Alex McDonald. Here he is, guys, in the flesh. You already heard a little bit about Alex this morning during the awards segment, but for those of you who may have missed it, Alex is a senior project manager at Tesla who led Team Orange County in the Solar Decathlon 2015 Build Challenge. He has stayed involved with the competition by being a team mentor for nearly every competition since. Welcome, Alex. Thanks for being here. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for joining us for this 20th anniversary alumni panel. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Richard.
Okay.
Thank you.
And these handhelds are on? But can I use this for a minute? This still works. Hello, everyone. How are you? Richard King here, and I am so honored and can't believe it's been 20 years already. Actually, it all started a little earlier, so we can't have a 20-year anniversary without going back a little bit. And I worked at the U.S. Department of Energy for about 15 years before I had the idea for this. And I was working in the photovoltaic R&D program, working on the solar cells, and we had developed them. High performance, 20% cells, 20-year warranties, but nobody knew what they were out there in the mainstream America. They didn't know they were reliable, so we had to turn my attention from R&D to the private sector, get people to buy them, get architects to learn that there was a new building product in town that they could use and put on houses. So I'm a physicist. I didn't even begin to know how to do that. So I had to reach out, and who else but the wealth of knowledge in this country and around the world is certainly in our academic research institutions and our universities and our schools of architecture. New field for me, and I challenged them to just an audacious, great big competition called the Solar Decathlon. And if we have some slides, I'll show those. So my first challenge was to find a place to actually hold this. And my office at the U.S. Department of Energy on Independence Avenue was right across the street from the National Mall. I used to drive there and walk there on my lunches all the time. This is a nice photo of what it looked like with nothing there, and I thought, wow, what a great place to hold a solar decathlon. I need a big open place that was east-west. So, next slide. This is where I worked. It took quite a while, a lot of convincing to get this event on the next, on the mall. Next slide. Not working. There. The Solar Decathlon in 2002. It took actually 2 years, 3 years to get this off the ground, but the first event was in October. It was a big, big hit. Next slide. I'll run through these. I had to put this calendar up because you only had 21 days to do an event on the National Mall. That's all you could have, 21-day permit. And look at the orange. It was 5 days to assemble these houses on the mall. I can't believe it. We did that. And I was crazy enough to think you could, but we did. Next slide. And this is a photo from that scene. This is probably 3 days in. You know, bring your houses from your campuses to the National Mall in Washington, D.C., unload them and start building them. Next slide. You know, this was on day 5. In 5 days, these houses were pretty much put together. We were putting walkways in and signage and everything else. And, you know, was anybody going to come? That was my nervous time the night before we opened it. Next slide. And, you know, in the year 2000, there weren't cell phones. There wasn't digital. Can you do a next slide? There wasn't digital. You went past it. Cell phones or digital newspapers. What everybody did in Washington, D.C. was read the Washington Post. And they had a weekend section that everybody in town would look at to figure out what movies to go to or what event was there. And we got the Solar Decathlon on the front page of the weekend section that Friday before it opened on the first day. And there's a couple of Maryland students installing photovoltaic panels on the roof of the house. And I always loved it because it was students showing adults how to do this. And it was a great photo. Well, then the next day, next slide, people showed up. It was wonderful, wonderful. We just swept Washington, D.C. away. We're in, you know, more than once in the Washington Post, lots of news organizations, but it was a huge success. I wanted to put the Trojan goat in there. That was University of Virginia. That won Best Architecture in 2002. You know, a lot of recycled materials. And as soon as we announced that they won our Best Architecture, all these lines of people would, you know, come and wanted to get into that house. But the University of Colorado at Boulder, next slide, won that competition, just edged out University of Virginia. There you can see the line of people coming. Then they wanted to go in and see the winning house. Great, great fun. So that was the 2002 event. That Sunday night, last night, sun was setting. I said, let's quick get a photo of everybody out there. This is the photo. You can see me sitting down with Cecile Warner from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory there in the front. And I counted, it was about 60, 65 students there with us, and that we accomplished all that with that small army of pioneers. And now it's grown to, look, here you are, about 600 students now. So I'm just overwhelmed with pride and honored that this program has continued on and will continue on for a long time. So what we've done here is put together a nice panel of alumni who want to give not just my perspective, but their perspective on what happened. We have a bunch of questions I'm going to ask them. I'm going to sit down and be a panelist with them, and we'll get some of their perspective too. So, this is on now. These work. All of ours work. Or I can stand here, I guess. Yeah? Does this work? Good. All right, it's working now. So I'm going to start out with the first question, and I'll just start and work down this way and then probably work back. So Alex, how did you hear about the Solar Decathlon and get involved at your university, and what was your role in that?
Sure. Actually, I first heard about it in 2005, Washington State University. Oh, sorry. I first heard about it in 2005. Washington State University was competing. That's where I did my undergrad. And at the time, I didn't think too much of it, actually. I was doing Engineers Without Borders. Fast forward, post-2008, I was looking to make a career transition from green building. I was just doing some commissioning work with CNI and wanted to get more into renewables. Found myself in California, half of which was to get into renewables. The other half was chasing a girl, but that didn't work out. And so UC Irvine was actually looking to get a team together, and I showed up in the room and was super excited, and I got invited in this room by the dean and thought, the team was going to be there and put together and all ready to go. And it was me and a bunch of faculty. I said, where are all the students? They said, well, that's you. And I said, well, great. I want to be here and I want to participate. I was volunteering in the 2013, but I said, I'm not in school yet. But they said, well, help us with this grant that we're trying to put together, and if we get in, we'll get you into grad school. So fast forward, I got into grad school. Then they were shopping around trying to find a professor they played well with to run it, and they couldn't. They knew I had some professional background. They said, Alex, how would you like to run our program and be our project manager? We don't have a faculty member. You're going to do everything, but you're going to run it. I said, well, if you help me raise the money and pay for my grad school, deal. And they said, sure. And I said, oh my gosh, I can't believe that worked. So I got funded for grad school and was the project manager for Team OC in 2015. So it was a great ride.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Nina, how did you get involved?
Also in 2005, I was visiting at New York, and I went to the NYU library, and I found the Trojan Goat book. I was already an academic at the university back home, so I saw the book, and I said, wow, I really would like to do this one day. It was kind of like, it has everything, because architecture got into academia in a different way that physicists, in a way. We started to be like, academia started asking us to do research, to do innovations, to things that architects were not accustomed to do. So at that time, I saw the book, and I bought it, and I said, I'll do this one day. And then when I was doing my PhD later on, I was already a senior, in a sense, because I was already in the academia. And I was living in the UK at the University of Nottingham. It came to opportunity for the first version of the Solar Decathlon Europe. And I was a student, an elder compared to my classmate student. And since it was going to be in Spain, I got to be the student lead. And that's how I got involved, and I just love it since then. Then I did it twice in Chile as a faculty. So yeah, that's more or less.
And Graceland?
Yes, so I'm originally from Ghana, and my undergraduate degree was in civil engineering. And when I decided I didn't just want to do structural engineering because it was a little boring for me, as I was looking for graduate programs, I found out that Illinois Tech had a competition. I wasn't sure what the competition was, but I was like, okay, that will be great. At least when I graduate, I'd know I can at least design something that would work. So that's how I first heard about it. And then when I got to school, during the first year, I had the opportunity to just learn a lot about building size, building enclosure design, and then by the second year, I was ready to join the program.
That's great. So I'm going to ask another question, but let's work back this way. So I'll start with you, Graceland. What was your fondest or funniest Solar Decathlon memory?
Okay, so and my professor is here. She was the faculty for our project. The thing was, our project was a multi-family building. It was a retrofit of an existing Chicago public school. What happened was a number of public schools had been closed down because people had moved out of the city or moved out of those areas, and then they sort of congregated the students into other schools. So our project was Melody Elementary School, and we had our first presentation coming up, and so we had to do the site analysis. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to join the rest of the team to visit the site, and so we just went through everything, and I think about a day or two before the presentation, we realized we had the wrong school. We had done a site analysis on the wrong building, so then our story wouldn't work, nothing would work. And so we had to decide amongst ourselves, are we just going to present what we've done, or we're going to tell them that we have the wrong school? And I mean, there were some top members in the group, and they were like, let's just go ahead and present. And so we presented the wrong school, And at the end of the day, we just told our professor that was what happened. Actually, the real school, the actual building was just a few blocks away. So when they closed that school, which was Melody Elementary, they renamed another school Melody Elementary, which was what caused the confusion. But thankfully, we got it right early on.
Nina?
For us, I have two stories. One is a fun one, and the other one is kind of like smelly one. I would say. So sorry about that one, but it's fun too. We had to do our washer test, washing machine test, and we haven't run the washing machine before the test or anything. So this was in Versailles, and the viewers were there, you know, and we were ready. So we started, and actually it was the dancing washer machine. It was terrible. It started moving everywhere. So that the girls, instead of unplugging it, they just jump into and start like jumping into the washer, and everybody started like, what's going on? It was really funny. And then the other story was that we realized something was going on with our measurements at night. So after 3 days, we were looking, and I said, there's something strange, until we realized the 4th or 5th night, we went there, we opened the door, and there was a weird smell. And so we went like, so then we realized that this sneaky guy, or we never knew, that was sleeping in our house every day because it was not locked, have used the bathroom. So, so it was kind of like, we couldn't believe it. And we had to try to make a point with the counting. Yeah, because it really changed our measurements at night. And well, we couldn't do anything anyway, but it was kind of like, we never knew who he was or she was, and but it was, from there on, we closed the door. We locked the door.
That's, you know, whenever you build housing, the homeless will find a way to get in it. And we had that same problem on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., where you'd come down in the morning and there were people in the house, or under them, just sleeping under them. So Alec, yeah.
Yeah. So mine was more to do, I guess, with the final sort of construction of the home. And we thought we were done early, a couple days early during the assembly before we compete, because I did the build competition, right? So we were all super excited, we're energized, turn the lights on, thought we're ready to leave and, you know, go get some rest. And then the roof starts leaking. And we had a radiant cooling system, and there was a leak somewhere, and so we had to punch into the drywall 2 days before the competition was to open. Found it, patched that up. Luckily, my professor had just learned how to do drywall because he had to fix up his house. So we got that patched up and thought, okay, we're good. Okay, so we go back and relax. Day of the competition, we had this AC-DC bidirectional inverter, so we can do direct DC charging off the solar panels. And this was a Princeton Power Systems unit, somewhat new. That smokes out on us hours before we're supposed to open. Luckily, I said, okay, I had a backup plan, so like we could put in a conventional inverter system and get that all up and running. So we got that all done. I already had electricians lined up, and we were opened, I don't know, like maybe 15 minutes before we were supposed to be open, and turn the lights on. And then, even despite all those challenges, the HVAC still wasn't working, so ultimately we had to turn that off and run through the whole competition without HVAC. Luckily, we had pushed for really good passive solar design, so I opened up all the windows at night and closed them during the day, and we were still semi-competitive. We weren't last. So, and we took second place in engineering, so that was cool, being an engineering school. So, but certainly fond memories, but at the time, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to get ahead of these problems, and they just keep coming my way, but we soldiered on.
Good story. All right, Alec, I'm going to start, Alex, with you. Again, we'll go down this way. How did the Solar Decathlon impact your career, and what has been your professional journey since then?
Sure. I would say that, you know, I work in a pretty intense workplace, and in terms of the build competition, it's like 80% peak Tesla all the time. So in terms of build, it's pretty intense. So very much a good hazing experience, for lack of a better word. And honestly, having gone through that, I would suggest even to all teams present here, just showing up is huge. There are schools often in this competition that have big names and they don't show up, you know. But you found a way and you continue to find a way, and even if you don't make the cut this next go around, please try and try again. Showing up is amazing, and that sets you apart from the rest and sets you up ready to succeed in life. And so I suggest keep with it, and a program like this really sets you up for that integrated global world that we live in now in terms of design, and it set me up for continued success, absolutely.
Well, actually, it's been very important, I have to say, as an academic career. I did my master's in Berkeley, and I remember my belated husband was a physicist as well. And I remember one day I was taking the energy efficiency in architecture, and I was going through my studies, so I asked him a question, and I remember he got very mad at me and said, if you don't understand the difference between power and energy, you cannot be studying this. And then it was a challenge in a way, because it is so important. It is so important, the energy in homes, how we use it, how we are the users of energy, not buildings. But we need to understand buildings from that point of view. And I noticed at that time in most of the American schools, this was started probably in the 90s, like being forced to be included in the architecture programs. So, and in Chile was later. So I thought that it was a very, very important. Then when I discovered the book from the Virginia Tech, and I had this dream that I wanted to do it one day, because I saw that for architecture and for architecture academics, it was a way to get into research, into forming teams, into forming students, into doing all this experiential learning that gets stuck in their minds in architecture students. I think most of my students that have been participating from Solar Decathlon projects or for any experiential learning project is what they remark afterwards that they've done it, when they have had hands-on. And Solar Decathlon is such a well-organized, step-by-step, the deliverables, that make you into all the things that are related to architecture with engineer, technology. And then, why it's been important in my career, because after our first experience, we got patents, 5 patents, we got grants, we got more money for research, and we kept going. So for me, and I've been the head of that group that is being going on through generations already. And so it is a very wonderful invitation to believe in it. And when you go step by step in your process during the deliverables, don't think about like, oh, you have to have a house. Think little by little. When we thought about bringing a house to Europe, you would say, you're mad. How are you gonna do that? You have to cross all the oceans, you know, more or less, and bring students to live 1 month in Europe. Come on, and we are not a rich country. So, but if you go little by little, okay, we will get in first. We will pass this 50,000 grand. Then we will go next. Every part is a winning. And then at the end, if you're not first, it doesn't matter, because you will have a house. And that's the best to keep studying, because in most of universities, they come a laboratory. And as a matter of fact, we have 2 built in in our city in Valparaiso that families are living in. They are social homes, solar social homes that were originated in Solar Decathlon for us. And we've been measuring them for a whole year, all the performance, the post-occupancy, talking to the inhabitants. So it is a project that can last for a long time in your life. So this is just the beginning. So be passionate about it, believe in what you're doing, do it. And you'll be so recomforted. It's not just about winning, because you will win anyway. So yeah, I think for me it's been very important. And I'm about to finish my career. So.
Okay, so part of my graduate degree, I took courses in building enclosure design, in building energy modeling, applied building energy modeling, and in energy conservation design. So I knew I was interested in energy modeling and then enclosure design. So for the competition, I remember we had to like select areas that we would lead the team in. And at the time, thankfully, I was interning with the company I'm with now. And so I felt like enclosures and facades were fun. So I decided to take on that part of the project. And so I was the enclosure lead for our team for the competition. I think for me, what it really did was, it helps you to orient your mind in terms of design thinking, because when you're in school, you're doing things in isolation. Sort of, you do enclosure design, that's enclosure design, you do energy conservation, and it's sort of separate. But then with the competition, you have to put together all the systems, and they have to work well. So I think that was one of the things that it did for me. And so when I was about to graduate, when I was offered a full-time position with my company, I took it. And that's what I do daily. I work on facades, I work on enclosures, roof and waterproofing. I'm still learning, but I enjoy it, and I do it every day.
So along the same lines, I have another question. What advice do you wish you had received when you were in these students' shoes? So, you know, what can you do to help these students out?
Okay. You're going to make a lot of mistakes, but it's not going to define everything about you, and you're still learning. Do not expect to know everything. You would always have to know more. You always learn more. And that was one of the things I had to learn as I started full-time, because I was a little hard on myself. But then I realized that I didn't know everything. They didn't expect me to know everything. And so I just had to sort of ease my way through it. You do have to be curious. You do have to try to understand, so that I think when you know what you really know, understand what you know, that's your value, and that's the value you can bring to the table anywhere. Because you might get into certain spaces, and for example, for myself, I struggled a lot with imposter syndrome, because I do not have too many years of experience, but I've been blessed to have opportunities to be in certain spaces. So knowing what I know, I'm able to confidently speak about the area that I know and leave the others to do the same for what they know. And I think that's going to sort of boost your morale. So try your very best to understand what you're doing, because it's going to speak on your value when you get into certain spaces. Another thing is, try to learn how to listen. When you get into, I think it's important for people to see that you're willing to learn. But then if you basically know how to take notes and to listen, it will come across that you're willing to learn. And I think that's what has helped me since I started. And it hasn't been too long, but I think it's been very helpful. So try to listen to other people and take notes as much as possible.
Nina?
Teamwork, this here teamwork, and find out what are you best at within the teamwork, and trust the others, and not try to do one thing, everything by one person. At the end of the day, I think groups start here, and then you notice that they get reduced, and there are certain ones that do most of the work. Help and be part of it, and know what you're doing. Study, as she was saying. And the other thing, never lose hope. Be passionate about it. It's a really passion to be part of, to be a decathlete. And then when you start going on and advancing, it becomes, the dreams become true. Because as I said, it's not a matter of winning, which is very nice, I suppose, but it is all the steps. And then when you're building the home and the home is appearing, it's really like the dream come true. And in this version, a very important thing that you should take care today is how are you going to get the materials? You know, we are all materials churning, and also the permits, because they are all going to be built in the different cities where you are at. So be ready, be doing the details, but never forget the whole view of what you're doing. It's a huge, but at the same time, small project. It's a small house. So think about construction companies do it very fast. So learn what they do, put your hand on, and yeah, and keep going, keep going.
So perhaps a couple things, and I think that this can carry beyond the competition itself, but certainly applicable to the competition. First and foremost, with respect to design, 20 people are going to show up in a room, 10 people are going to raise their hand and say they're going to do it, 2 to 5 are going to do most of it. So expect that, understand that, there's going to be a lot of turnover, and it's amazing what you can get done when you don't care who gets credit for it. So that's really important to keep in mind, and that way you don't get so frustrated through the process. The other thing, you know, there's a very real monetary component to this competition. And if you want to raise money, don't go in the room and ask somebody for money. Put on a tie and ask them for advice. Then they get personally vested in your success. They're more apt to participate and engage and stick with you in the long run, and maybe even cut a big check. And then the last thing I'll suggest, and this is sort of a lifelong thing, but there's a reason you showed up here in the first place. There's a joy that you seek, and an accomplishment that you wish to have here with your pursuit. Maybe it's climate change, perhaps something else. But as you go through life, don't let people steal your joy. There's going to be a lot of crabs in the bucket trying to pull you down. Don't let the hard work keep you from the marathon that is this process. Hold on to that joy and keep going, because we need you. We can't do it by ourselves.
Good. So there has been a lot of change in the last 20 years, and the biggest change to me over the last 20 years is that now there's such a sense of urgency. You know what's going on, pandemics and wars, and it's certainly a housing crisis, and climate change is no better. If anything, it's certainly worse than it was 20 years ago when I was trying to push solar energy on everybody for the same reason. So the next question, Alex, start with you again. Along the lines of growth and change then over the last 20 years, where do you see solar and zero energy buildings going in the next 20 years?
Sure, absolutely. I think net zero energy from an annual perspective is well understood at this point. I think time of use, understanding how we use energy over a 24-hour period and seasonally, and even perhaps down at a resolution of 15-minute intervals or at least hourly, that's where we're going to build out the built environment that can plug well into this smart grid integration. And so I think understanding that from a design standpoint is really impactful. That's something where the competition continued to evolve. The other is perhaps understanding at a more nuanced or measurable level. CalEnviroscreen is a good resource we have where you can identify air quality and social justice and other environmental concerns, and extrapolating on a data-based approach to really fundamentally dial in to understand the impact that you're having, I think can be quite impactful. And then the other thing really is also, and this is perhaps a selfish ploy, but this idea of EV ready, I need more amps. I need more amps in the building, and how can we leverage that and understand that, especially in the design competition when you're doing commercial projects, I think is not well understood, and we can definitely push the forefront of that a lot further. So,
Good question. Common sense. Common sense. There is a paper that said buildings don't consume energy. People does, or do. People do. So understand education. Understand how we consume energy. And education means also like how do we use technology. Today we are very, very technological. But technology doesn't reach all the parts of the world. So to find ways, science is free. So it would be wonderful if we could have photovoltaics and solar panels everywhere where sun is. So keep finding affordable ways of technology. But the best is to really think passively. Maybe what I'm gonna say is not too PC, sorry about it, but let's push aside the use of the traditional cars. Nobody walks around here. I've been walking, you don't see a single person walking in the cities. I was in Albany, single person. Whatever you have to do, you have to take the car. Long ago, I was in Fort Worth, and I remember it was a dry season. They were suffering a drought. So you could tell trees were dying. But all the lawns, the greens, were green and spread with the schedule with water. Take care of water, and 5 cars per house. Is that real? Is that for today? Is that for tomorrow? So be sensitive. This is an invitation. Solar Decathlon is an invitation to reflect on all those realities that really none of us see. And we are the privileged one that won't see that, but that's not the majority of the world. So I was thinking there's another question that will come, but I'm getting ahead, that what will you add to Solar Decathlon? Bicycles. Every single house has to count on bicycles. I know that for elderly won't be what it is, but for young, I remember seeing one group and I said, where are the bicycles? If you're at the university there and you would be, no, they put a carport or a garage. And so think about that. And here's Tesla, and they are doing cars that are more sustainable. Let's think about that too. So, sorry to say that, but I think we need to reflect, because if the world goes bananas, we all go. It's not just the places that are poorer. All of us go. So we have to think global, and Solar Decathlon is an invitation for that too. So, yeah.
Okay. Going off what Nina said, just in terms of technology, that the world is changing. It's very much a part of everything that we're doing. And so I think one of the areas that, or one of the ways that technology would be factored into net zero design is that part of the component that makes buildings consume as much energy as they do is because of human behavior. And so being able to work in that area or mitigate or control or have some sort of control over how humans behave would help. And that's where AI could come in, because it will take the responsibility of human beings and would help to control the energy use in buildings. Another thing I was thinking about was, and this is just in terms of sort of the projects we also had to review, because realistically, not every building is able to achieve net zero on its own. So, and I know there are a few communities that are net zero or net positive. So moving forward, it might be helpful to think of larger communities and more cities to have net zero energy as a whole. So then we have commercial buildings, and this might be a little tricky because a lot of times it's owners who want to do what they want to do. But and I think this is something that may be at a policy level, and it's for those who are way high up, and they can control that. But then we can think about communities being net zero, not just buildings. And this is not just for single family homes or residential suburban homes, but actual cities. And one more thing, and it also just came up as we were evaluating the submissions, was we realized that a lot of the designs were not envelope first, kind of. They were, let's just do what we want to do, and then we will let the mechanical equipment do the rest of the work. I think part of our focus should be on having a more strict standard for net zero. Net zero energy is you produce as much energy as you consume. So if you produce a lot, if you consume a lot, you can produce a lot and you'll be fine. But then that is still consuming so much energy. So and that's why passive house is great, because it requires you to have a really tight envelope. So if that's the direction that the industry would focus in, I think we'll be able to do even better with regards to net zero.
Well, thank you. Great insight from all of you, and that's the power of the Solar Decathlon, is not all of us being here, but what you take in through your experience and through your hard work and participation, you know, and that incentive to win is just terrific. But you can also see where you go from here, and certainly the Army and the workforce and all the people that we need in order to make a better world in the future for us, for our grandchildren. So thank you all for your insight. Thank you, and that'll end this period.
Thank you so much. You can just leave those on your chair. Thank you. Thank you to our wonderful panel. A few quick announcements. We are going to take a break right now. Design Challenge, first place teams, I know you're kind of jumping out of your chairs. We will meet virtually or at the side of the stage. Everyone else, please enjoy the networking session that will be out in the hallway. One or two things before that. Sponsors, jurors, and industry partners, please find a networking table. We've assigned some of those that we know are in the room. And students, please go meet them. They want to talk to you. I think you had an opportunity to discuss with some of them stuff yesterday, but ask them about their career. Ask them how they got there. This is a great time to ask your questions. If you're interested in learning more about SD Pathways, there'll be a Pathways table. Faculty, since you already have a career, you can head to the Keystone around to the right, and we're just going to have a little faculty social, nothing really fancy, but if you would like to meet up with the other faculty, that will be around the corner to the right, and Stacy will be guiding you there. Please take a minute to put out your meal ticket. And if you don't have a meal ticket, you will be able to tell the staff that. And we will be back here. We will start at 11:15 with our grand jury presentations. Thank you so much to our alumni panel, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Oh, I hope I got all that right. Welcome back. Welcome to our awards luncheon. This is an exciting moment. I know you were excited over your awards this morning, but this is also a great time to just celebrate your accomplishments and what you have done to date. You have reached a great milestone, so. All right, so we are going to start this time off with our Design Challenge Grand Jury presentations. So just about 2.5 hours ago, your first place teams received their first place award, and then they have been frantically standing out in the hall, practicing and preparing to give these presentations. So, first things first, those cupcakes look really delicious. If you would hold off on munching those down, we are going to have some lunch, and then we're going to have a time to take those in. So just let them be photographic for a little bit. That would be great. Thank you. All right. I know that's very difficult. I totally understand that. It's going to sit there for a while. It's very tempting to me. All right. Thank you. I'm so glad you all came back. I hope you had a great networking time. Our jurors love to speak to you, our industry sponsors and partners. So let's give them a round of applause for being here. All right, so we are going to go through our grand jury session for the Design Challenge. I'd like to walk you through this process a little bit. Our grand jury enters the review process, understanding that the 6 first place winners have demonstrated a design that represents the quality expected for high performance buildings. Through the details listed in each of the Design Challenge contests. So these teams have met those requirements, and the grand jury enters this process as such. So our residential teams in the new housing, retrofit housing, and attached housing divisions are competing for the residential grand winner trophy. Teams in the multifamily building, office building, and education building compete for the commercial grand winner trophy. So we're doing 2 little mini competitions within, but they'll all be doing the same process. Teams are evaluated against a new set of criteria. So this is appeal to the target market, community, and occupants. This is slimmed down. Architectural design, aesthetics, and functionality. Responsiveness of the design to building science factors. Financial feasibility, always got to be about the finances. Constructability, innovation, and of course their presentation quality, especially within the specified time limit. And I'm now pleased to have Amanda, my assistant competition manager, to introduce our grand jurors and the process that we'll be going through. Amanda?
Wow, the exciting part. So to introduce our grand jurors, you might notice that they are not here in the room with us. To give all our virtual presenters a fair chance at these grand winner awards, they're joining from a virtual presentation room. And our grand jurors, we have 3 industry experts today. We have Celeste Sizik, who is the president of Group 14 Engineering here in Denver, where she leads a team of experts to deliver technical energy services for commercial buildings. She has over 19 years of experience in the building systems field, which started with Solar Decathlon back in the original first inaugural competition in 2002, with the C Boulder team, which won that year. So very special juror as well. Our next juror is Lalitha Suryanarana, who is with Infineon Technologies. She is the Vice President of Strategy, Mergers, and Acquisition at Infineon. We're happy to have her involved this year as well. And then Alex McDonald is our 3rd grand juror, who you've met and heard from in the alumni panel today. So I will leave his introduction. And with that, the format of the presentation, so there will be an 8-minute presentation from each team. We'll go down the order of divisions as we presented the division awards earlier today. And after each presentation, we have a time clock up here. The students will know when they're done, but I invite you, I'll start clapping, and if everybody could also clap to encourage the team that they are finished with their presentation. Sometimes it can be hard to cut that off. We will also have no Q&A, and so once the one team presents, we'll clap, we'll move on to the next presentation. And with that, I would like to invite the first team in the new housing division, the University of Technology, Sydney. They are joining virtually. Hopefully they are on. If they're not, we will. Okay. They are at 3:30 a.m. their time and are unfortunately unable to join us. We will unfortunately move on to the next division. So the next division winner is in the retrofit housing division. Georgia Institute of Technology, would you please come to the stage? Mic? Do we have a hand mic up here, please? Or am I not? I can. Okay, slide advancer. If you want to sit up, one person can be at the podium. Okay. Your slide should be up.
Okay. There's some slow.
And then
require handheld mic as discussed.
Oh, there we go. Ask and you shall receive. Okay, so you get 8 minutes. You have your 8-minute timer there.
Test.
Test the audio.
Test.
Okay. Whenever
Test.
you are ready, you can give the go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm Ayushi Modi, student lead of Georgia Tech English Avenue Yellow Jackets. We are a team of 12 graduate students from different disciplines and cultural backgrounds, and we are so excited to present our project for the Solar Decathlon Grand Jury. Through this project, we collaborated deeply with two partners, Perkins & Will, and a local organization, Westside Future Fund. We collectively believe that the value of retrofitting housing is in the environmental sustainability by reducing embodied carbon value, which happens in new housing category, and also by preserving the cultural values.
Hi everyone, my name is Rend, and I will begin by talking about the project context, our design challenge, our approach, and final outcome. We are located in the west side of Atlanta, Georgia, in English Avenue, which was an area that's neglected in the 30s because of redlining, but is currently undergoing a lot of restoration efforts. This area has the 4th highest energy bill in the United States, energy burden in the United States, and it is 22.8% below poverty line. With 55% of homes there being vacant, this area faces a lot of environmental, social, and economic challenges that we decided to face head-on with the triple bottom line approach to ensure sustainability, equity, and efficiency. With this design, we envision to increase affordability by retrofitting to net positive and increasing upward mobility by creating a replicable model for the many vacant homes in English Avenue. This is also in an effort to synergize with the current administration's Justice 40 initiative. The current family structures that we're working with and we're designing for are single people, single mothers, and couples with or without children. This is an image of the current existing conditions of the house that we're retrofitting. It's 102 years old, and it's currently abandoned. It's in a bad condition, and it's deteriorating, but we're aiming to salvage as much of its materials as possible for this retrofit.
We projected the rising temperature and relative humidity temperature over the next 60 years, and we are proposing a design that performs exceptionally well in present as well as in future climate change scenarios. By using sunpath diagram and sunlight hours, we designed the PV panels on the rooftop, and by using radiation analysis, we developed the layout of the house. Here you can see a very rigid layout which lacks thermal comfort, but what we are providing or proposing is a new house which has better daylight quality and better thermal performance. In functionality perspective, we kept accessibility and flexibility as our focus, and where room 2 can be converted into kids' room or a home office when required by different users. Passive design strategy was one of the we kept the passive design strategies at the front and center of our design process, and we divided the existing large windows into two smaller parts and strategically placed them in a way that stays shaded during the summertime and invites ample of daylight during winter. This also enhances the thermal comfort inside different spaces of the house. This fenestration design allows having natural ventilation for users if the weather condition is comfortable. After exploring various options, we have achieved to a design which has SDA value of 72% at 300 lux, which was just 54% in existing house. We are also critically reducing ASC to just 6%, which was 29% in the existing house. By enhancing the daylight quality, we are reducing the lighting loads and eventually reducing EUI in total.
Hi, I'm Sam. When selecting the building materials for our project, we had to consider our three main priorities: energy performance, affordability, and replicability. However, we could not ignore the embodied environmental impact that these choices have. So to satisfy these competing goals, we kept the existing materials on the left and added the new ones to the right. The plaster lath was actually in relatively good condition, so we chose to restore it. Because we are removing the lead-contaminated siding, we have complete access to insulate the wall cavities from the exterior and add air and weather barrier. So the end product is a super durable wall assembly that actually performs. We simulated several different attic configurations and found that a vented attic actually reduces loads the best. However, vented attics still present challenges around air tightness, so we eliminate this weakness by adding zip sheathing and tape to the tops of ceiling joists, thus moving our air barrier up. Now we can have as many ceiling penetrations as we like, and we don't have to worry about having additional air leakage pathways. Finally, we encapsulated our crawl space, which allows us to keep all of our mechanical systems inside the envelope. We centrally locate our air handler, thus allowing us to minimize our ducts, and we use rigid ductwork to establish solid connections that are easier to seal.
Hi, my name is Dermot. We assumed the existing house to be functional and modeled it as per IECC codes to determine the baseline. The baseline EUI is 49.5 kBTU per square feet annually. By incorporating active and passive design strategies, we reduced the EUI to 12.09. And as you can see, this performs well over the next 60 years. By critically designing the PV panels, we are providing a system that is affordable and efficient at the same time. A 6 kilowatt system reduces the EUI to minus 2.86 and gives us a HER score of -1, which helped us make this a really old house net positive. As you know, Atlanta has one of the highest water bills in the country. We are providing rainwater harvesting and gray water reuse system to tackle that. Our integrated design approach revolves around the services that our roof provides. All the appliances are Energy Star rated and Wi-Fi enabled. This gives the users, the residents, the chance to monitor the appliance use with apps like 4C.
Thanks, Nermit. Hi, my name is Pete, and in order to accomplish our social equity and environmental performance goals, we needed to develop an economic model that allows us to sell the home at a price that's affordable, reduces utility burden, and gives our homeowner tools to generate wealth. In order to accomplish that, first we had to decouple the cost of the house from the cost of the land, so we entered it into the Atlanta Land Trust program. This way, the homeowner pays only for their house and not the ground that it sits on. They still get a 25% share of the market appreciation of the property over a hold period that averages 6 years, access to the Land Trust Stewardship Fund, which absorbs its maintenance costs, and their significant property tax savings as well. Next, we dipped into the capital and subsidies made available by Westside Future Fund. They assist with property acquisition, make available very low interest construction loans, and a bundle of subsidies totaling $90,000. Together, these two existing very well-established nonprofits help form the backbone of a financial model that allows us to renovate this 102-year-old house into a high-performance, net positive energy home and still make it affordable to families at 60% of area median income. And when you combine that with conservatively estimated annual utility savings of about $1,400, and you project that forward over 6 years, it all adds up to a present value of over $71,000. Money the homeowner can use to either move up to market rate housing or to invest in career education or to even found a small business. Sam?
We envisioned that this framework can be applied to nearly all homes in English Avenue, and we envision a similar model can be applied to underserved communities across the country. This means that they can be transformed into a vibrant place to live and a platform for the upward mobility of its residents. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, what a great presentation and right on the dot. If only we could get all retrofit housings to work with that economics. I believe our Georgia Tech team has a lot of work cut out for them. With our next division winner, we have the division winner in the attached housing division, Ryerson University. Will you please come to the stage?
Good morning, Solar Decathlon. This is Ben Brown, and my name is Stanley Francis Blay. On behalf of Ryerson University's attached housing team from Toronto, Ontario, we would like to thank you for allowing us to present our net zero energy retrofit solution, Solar Row. We are a team of 6 Master of Building Science students studying high-performance building design with the support of our 2 faculty advisors. The background of our project begins in the 70s, with Toronto's suburban sprawl extending in all directions from the downtown core, where the construction of the CN Tower announced the city onto the world stage. It's in these such suburbs where we piloted our Solar Row retrofit solution, specifically at Tinbury Place, a cul-de-sac of 1970s attached homes that exemplify the typical construction of over 100,000 similar units in the Toronto area. These attached homes consist of 6 identical units running north to south, facing east, and backing onto the forested Highland Creek to the west. Each of the 3 bedroom units are 2 stories above grade, with an attached garage and a full height basement. Now, we observed 3 key factors driving our design: a dated housing stock with rocketing real estate prices, increasing energy costs due to inefficient design, and growing public awareness that immediate action is needed to address climate change.
So what does this mean for our design goals? It means designing for scalability, attained by using simple construction methods and readily available products. It means achieving net zero energy performance, where annual energy demand is met by on-site renewables. And it means prioritizing occupant well-being with cost-effective improvements to life, health, and happiness. To realize these goals, we started by designing an energy model in OpenStudio and calibrating it to within 8% of actual energy consumption. This gave us confidence that our data was accurate and reliable. Our results indicate that over half of the pre-retrofit energy consumption is used for space conditioning, followed by lighting and equipment loads. 73% of this energy consumption also relies on the burning of natural gas, accounting for 93% of the total greenhouse gas emissions emitted each year per unit. Our first step in the redesign was to calculate the energy budget using helioscope simulations on the east and west roofs, whose solar potential was maximized to deliver energy throughout the day. Informed by this and the importance of a carbon budget, our second step was to develop a retrofit strategy which limits additional embodied carbon by maintaining the existing structure. The resulting approach is a scalable, prefabricated, and insulated wood truss panel system to speed up construction time, replace the existing siding, and encapsulate the structure. To validate the new envelope performance and reduce thermal bridging, iterations of key interfaces were analyzed using therm simulations with adjustments to the design made accordingly. With the addition of passive house level windows and doors, interior basement insulation, and a continuous air barrier strategy, the result is an easily constructible, scalable, and high-performance envelope solution. Tied all together, the prefabricated nature of the panels allow for a variety of cladding options and design customizations, thus modernizing the dated facade. In our design, we have opted for an attractive and durable metal roof and robust fiber cement siding and panel combination. Our third and final step to reach net zero energy is to revamp the active systems. To do this, we've replaced the existing gas furnace with an energy recovery ventilator coupled with a high-efficiency air source heat pump, all tied into the existing ductwork, again minimizing occupant disruption and construction time. Domestic hot water is provided by a heat pump hot water heater, replacing a natural gas hot water tank, again tied back to the existing plumbing. Rainwater capture is also utilized on the west roof and stored in a below-grade cistern, where it is then filtered for non-potable use. In addition to this rainwater capture and the use of WaterSense toilets and fixtures and Energy Star appliances, we reduced the freshwater consumption by 54%.
The estimated construction cost of our Solar Row retrofit is $51 per square foot, or 67% less than a typical local retrofit project. The upfront cost is offset by the over $48,000 in energy savings realized after 30 years. 30 years of net zero operational carbon and superior indoor comfort. In the coming years, Toronto will move from Climate Zone 6 to Climate Zone 5, with extreme weather events expected to become more frequent. In response, the Solar Row envelope provides an adequate thermal buffer between outdoor and indoor temperatures. Enhanced by rooftop solar and integrated electric vehicle charging, the building decouples itself from grid-related costs and carbon while promoting energy independence. A whole building life cycle assessment conducted using one-click LCA indicates that the total post-retrofit cradle-to-grave embodied carbon increases from 29 to just 35 pounds of CO2 equivalents per square foot. This minimal increase proves that the Solar Row strategy achieves high performance with low environmental impact. Our House as a System focus recognizes the fundamental relationship between early decision-making, the ability to impact the design, and the impacts on cost due to those changes over time. An integrated design approach between engineering and architectural elements at the pre-design stage helped us achieve optimal performance. However, achieving a scalable net zero energy design is only truly meaningful if occupant well-being is simultaneously improved. With proper enclosure detailing and continuity of the air barrier, noise, pollutants, and other particulate remain outside the enclosure while conditioned air is held within. Outdoor air, pre-treated by the ERV and its HEPA filters, not only reduces wasted energy from exhaust air, but ensures a continuous supply of fresh, filtered air. Occupant well-being is achieved by these passive and active strategies, but our retrofit solution delivers an experience that is also complemented by user education. With a smart home monitoring dashboard, users are provided with IEQ and energy data, giving them control over how their home operates and to maximize comfort and efficiency.
This efficiency is shown here, with major energy savings in every end-use category, including the elimination of natural gas and the introduction of heat recovery. The result is a 66% reduction in total energy use compared to the baseline. We see this as a massive success for not only the homeowners, but for the global fight against carbon emissions. All that's left is to include our on-site renewables. To summarize, we started with a calibrated baseline energy model to give us confidence that we were working with accurate numbers. We then calculated our energy budget with on-site renewables and met that budget with a 66% savings in energy use through the redesign of the building envelope and mechanical systems. Combined, Solar Row goes beyond simple energy use savings, meeting the net zero targets of tomorrow's built environment and becoming operationally carbon neutral. Solar Row is a scalable net zero energy design template, ensuring occupant well-being with proven techniques for meaningful change. We are the Solar Row team from Ryerson University in Toronto. Thank you, Solar Decathlon.
Wow, what a fantastic presentation, and with 30 seconds to spare. Now on to our commercial building divisions. I would like to invite the division winner for the multifamily building division, the University of Arizona, to the stage. One moment while we get the model up here as well. And I'll let the team introduce themselves.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Andrew Norris, team lead of the University of Arizona's multifamily building team, The Avenue. Our proposal is for an innovative mixed-use low-income residential complex that incorporates organic photovoltaics, generating a surplus of energy while providing shade in the desert climate. I'm joined by my teammates, Jonah Michelson, Nan Vo, and Alex Colleget, all fourth-year undergrads at U of A, as well as our faculty advisor, Jonathan Bean. The Avenue acts as an energy catalyst for the sunblock network, the concept of an interconnected energy collection and distribution chain created in collaboration with two other University of Arizona sunblock teams. We focus our efforts on creating a passive building design with an emphasis on an airtight assembly and the elimination of thermal bridging. The project also aims to create a prosperous, equitable community, restoring traditional Tucsonan culture to the area.
Our partners for this project include B Public Prefab, Eco Cladding, EC Nash Elementary School, and potentially a local industry leader in organic photovoltaics. We also collaborated with the City of Tucson to ensure all the goals of the Avenue are achieved. The site is located in Miracle Manor, a low-income neighborhood in Tucson, Arizona, near in proximity to downtown and University. The solar energy harnessed by the Avenue is harnessed enough to power the entire site, plus the cooling loads of 95% of the neighborhood.
Miracle Manor is a low-income neighborhood with an average median income of $22,000. The Avenue will be an affordable place to live while stimulating the local economy and providing economic opportunity. With the average rent price of the neighborhood being $670, we understand that some residents cannot afford the suggested rent. Our solution is to work with the City of Tucson to obtain grants from LIHTC and ARPA to help residents who are in need of financial assistance. The current state of local low-income housing is outdated, uninspiring, and does not raise the quality of life. Our solution is to redefine the standards of low-income housing through creating a lively community.
The site is located between residential and commercial districts with EC Nash Elementary School directly adjacent. It was critical to the success of the design to integrate these districts into the program, enhancing the sense of community within the site. The Avenue restores historical Tucson values to the Miracle Manor neighborhood. The project uses a combination of color, landscape, and courtyards, connecting the user to Tucson's culture. Barrio Viejo, one of Tucson's oldest and one of the oldest neighborhoods, is known for colorful adobe houses, walkable spaces, and vibrant communities enriching the urban life of Tucson. The architecture uses colorful accents against white terracotta, projecting the vernacular building traditions of the Sonoran Desert.
The program combines residential, commercial, private mixed use, and educational spaces. The supermodules are organized throughout the site, creating 67,000 square feet of mixed use space and 130,000 square foot of residential space. Courtyards open up public spaces to the surrounding community and shelter private spaces for the residents. The spaces are connected through winding paths inspired by the Santa Cruz River in Tucson. The shifting of these forms creates circulation around the upper levels of the residential.
Units come in 3 sizes: 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 5 bedroom apartments to accommodate for multi-generational families. Open floor plans were designed, giving the residents the opportunity to easily customize their own living spaces. In this section, we can see the dynamics created by the architecture, including courtyard views, shaded rooftop gardens, and an integrated circulation system. ADA is accommodated with units on the ground level that exhibit larger bathrooms and bedrooms for appropriate accessibility.
The construction assembly consists of modular wall panels from B Public Prefab and carefully designed and engineered lumber floor and roof framing. This accounts for the structural loads created by the cantilevers. A radiation analysis was conducted to quantify the effects of the solar roof. The canopy lowers energy costs by shading the building from the harsh sun, allowing utilities to run more efficiently and generating usable energy.
Organic photovoltaics provide an earth-abundant, low-cost solar cell alternative, reaching efficiencies up to 18%. This new and innovative technology is integrated into the canopy system, generating 3.1 million kilowatt hours a year of potential photovoltaic energy. The solar field covers 178,000 square feet surface area of recycled plastic. The canopy is manipulated to more efficiently retain rainwater, which is then stored in water cisterns for future use. Excess water is guided off the roof into bioswales to facilitate the growth of vegetation.
We perform a WOFE analysis to determine that our design yields a site EUI of 7.29, meeting the FIAS 2022 criteria. The OPV canopy produces over 2.4 million kilowatt hours per year of surplus energy. Once the OPV canopy is applied, the avenue yields a negative EUI. The avenue acts as a small power plant for the sunblock network, generating enough surplus energy to cool up to 280 single-family homes within the Miracle Manor neighborhood. Due to the current technology and efficiencies of batteries, solar energy is stored in thermal storage tanks, allowing for easy distribution.
OPV technology allows the solar canopy to run efficiently on cloudy days and even with minor damage. In the case of damage, panels can easily be removed and replaced. The enclosure system was designed to eliminate thermal bridging with proper drainage throughout the roof and wall enclosures. Drainage mats and weather-resistant barriers were included in the habitable roof assembly, which is carefully detailed to reduce leakage, sorry. We selected wall panels from B Public with an R value of R35 to insulate the interior spaces appropriately for the desert climate. Other important details include window and door connections, which maintain air tightness throughout the building. Flange windows with custom shading devices integrated into the terracotta rain screen help achieve this goal. Continuous air and water-resistant barriers are also included in the wall assembly beneath the terracotta to ensure the enclosure performs properly.
Each module is equipped with centralized energy recovery ventilation, allowing for equal and adequate ventilation, providing excellent air quality. Heating and cooling is provided through an air-to-water heat pump powered by energy generated on site, contributing to the building's efficiency and sustainability. Passive design strategies lower the energy usage through building orientation, canopy superstructure, and self-shading forms. Strategically placed windows provide adequate natural cross ventilation and daylighting.
We minimize the building's carbon footprint by using locally sourced materials in Arizona or states nearby. Our tally analysis compares the construction efficiency of standard construction to our mode of modular construction. The results show that the modular construction has a much lower global warming potential.
The ground floor exhibits a variety of mixed-use spaces that enhance the occupant's sense of community. Education spaces, fitness centers, small restaurants, and other spaces contribute to the economic prosperity of the avenue. The living spaces in the avenue are designed to set a new standard for affordable living. We place an emphasis on flexibility and use in natural environmental comfort through the use of open floor plans. Achieving passive comfort reduces the need for task lighting and cooling demands, which lowers energy costs and makes living at the avenue more affordable to all.
Very good presentation, but we have to stick to the 8 minutes. Next, we have our next commercial division winner in the office building division. Would Myeongji University please come to the stage?
Hello everyone, we are a team from College of Architecture, Myeongji University, South Korea, and we are presenting Hybrid Hanok for Business Incubator Center. Hanok is the Korean traditional architecture. It has a long history since 14th century. Hanok has its own structure, spatial, construction, uniqueness made of Korean timber structures. Korean government forces all buildings, including Hanok, to prove zero energy performance by 2030. However, Hanok encounters critical weakness of energy performance to meet the requirements of zero energy building. Our site is close to Sajik-Shiren, which is a historical site, and the site strategies are how to link the past and the present by physical boundary between the sites and surrounding context. So our team aims diverse of spatial functions expanding from private share office to urban public spaces to make boundaryless site. We found out the increasing trends of share office location due to a change in the industrial ecosystem.
We make the Vision Business Incubator Center using hybrid Hanok, which advanced the traditional Korean architecture style to survive in the carbon neutral society. We propose a partial retrofitting of the existing reinforced concrete community center built in 1970. Our design goals are described 5 strategies: how to blend the past and the present, incubating startup businesses, and how to make boundaryless community, and how to spread modular hybrid Hanok to other areas.
First floor mainly makes up the atrium for a public sitting area, retails, community center as the existing administrative service space, office, Anyangcheong district site for visitors, and several urban open spaces for social interactions. As for the second floor, it has several shared office for small-sized startup spaces and a larger version of a collaborative business incubator. Individual spaces are connected through the open terraces. As a result, historical site Anyangcheong is open to the public. The proposed hybrid Hanok is designed to adapt to diverse climate conditions during the intermediate seasons. It makes use of natural ventilation, daylighting, water collection from eaves, openings, outdoor spaces, double-skin facades, and porous pavings. It also has environmental resilience. Eco-friendly, flame-retardant timber and seismic resilient structure systems are applied to columns and roof ceramic tiles for occupancy safety, despite the growing frequencies of earthquakes in South Korea. We simulated integrated A-shaped column and C-SIB, which is composite structure insulation panel walls. The proposed envelope design resulted in higher bending performance by 21% and better thermal performance.
The modular design of structural components, joint envelope materials is the key for improved constructability and marketability. Mobilization of hybrid Hanok is a vital requirement for zero energy Hanok. These modular CLT and GLT materials for columns, beams, roof, and wall are supplied from local manufacturers that minimize the emission of CO2. Based on a study, timber structure and local supply can reduce CO2 emission by about 25% and 13% respectively.
The proposed hybrid Hanok is applied with integrated MEP systems, geothermal heat pumps, and heat exchangers for heating, cooling, and hot water. UFAD systems and window ventilation systems are used to minimize the exposure of air ducts and electrical cables. The air cavity with 6 mm single pane and 24 mm double pane glass of double skin facade improves the sag effect and thermal buffer depending on outdoor weather conditions. The PV integrated vertical louvers track sun positions for maximum solar energy generation. Our walls use honeycomb glass to have lighting performance while blocking external noise. The wall-to-width CSIP 200 mm is applied head insulation performance of 0.118 watts per square meter Kelvin and is also configured to cope with various external environments such as air tightness against external bedding and sound insulation against external noise. The envelope performance of hybrid Hanok office is advanced by 200 mm thick continuous composite SIP to meet 0.1 watts per square meter Kelvin. The double-layered thermal break blocks heat flows from terrace to slab and between the roof and cross beams. Our team proposes real-time IQ control using IQ sensors and IQ visualization. Building occupants can access IQ data, predicted mean vote, and air quality index collected and visualized on the dashboard.
An excessive amount of daylight in the atrium might cause visual discomfort, so single-axis solar tracking vertical louvers control the adequate amount of daylight and direct radiation. Besides, underlit area of shared offices provide more daylight with solar collectors. Considering occupants' comfort and MEP systems, underfloor air distribution system resulted in a stable temperature and low CO2 in ppm in the comfort zone compared to the OHAD systems.
BIPBs and BAPBs on the bearable envelopes generate about a total of 92 kWh per square meter to make it net zero Hanok. Besides, geothermal system can generate additional 41 kWh per square meter for heating, cooling, and hot water uses. This hybrid Hanok achieved a site EUI 127 kWh 9 kWh per square meter, and a source EOI 187 kWh per square meter without renewable energies. Applied 41 kWh per square meter of geothermal energy and 92 kWh per square meter of solar energy can make minus 4 kWh per square meter for final energy flow.
The proposed hybrid Hanok applied with high-performing passive, active, and energy monitoring system is expected to increase the construction cost by 30 to 35% compared to the existing traditional Hanok. The hybrid Hanok would be estimated about $4,500 per square meter. However, modular design and construction are expected to cut down the cost by 20%. Additional construction cost reduction will be from energy saving and governmental subsidies by 25% and maximum. The proposed hybrid Hanok aims integrated building performance and to balance the requirements of zero energy performance and Korean architecture styles. All state-of-the-art technologies and designs are integrated for this incubator business center. Blending the past and the present in systems and design, incubating startup businesses, fading outside boundaries for social interactions, spreading hybrid Hanok with traditional Korean architecture styles. These are our vision and design goals. Thank you for your listening.
Another great presentation and 10 seconds to spare. On to our final division winner, last but not least, the division winner in the Education Building Division. We have University of Cincinnati, and they are joining virtually, so I'll give a moment for them to come up on the screen. If you would please turn on your video so we can spotlight you. University of Cincinnati. And while we're waiting for that, might have some jokes for you. Always good to have jokes at the ready. Okay.
Can you guys hear?
Oh, great. Yes, we can hear you. We might not need our jokes. You saved the audience. If we could get their slides up one moment, and once you see your slides and we see your video.
Request control so we could click through.
Yes. So if you could please request control. And try that. Okay. If your team is ready, then I will give it away to University of Cincinnati.
All right, we're ready. Well, hello, I'm Paul. I'm joined by my teammates from the University of Cincinnati, and this is our proposal for a net zero school in Cordoba. So we had a multidisciplinary team of architecture, architectural engineering, and electrical engineering students. Some of our goals in this project, so our site is located in an underprivileged community that could benefit from an investment in sustainability as well as education. And we also wanted to be conscious of the local vernacular and become an integral part of the community. A little bit more about our site. So it's located in central Argentina. The climate is classified as humid subtropical. They have mild temperatures year round and receive a lot of sunlight. Looking at our more immediate site, it's pretty small. It's just under an acre. It's in a dense residential neighborhood, and it currently serves as a park. And now to hop into the design. So taking a look at our site strategies, as I said earlier, it used to be a park, so we wanted to keep that aspect of community. We were conscious of the allowable volume, taking heights from surrounding buildings. And we also used local materials to fit in with the context. We had a clear strategy for laying out our programs. Classrooms in the education wing was on the east side for nice morning light. There's a lobby that's centrally located, as well as administrative spaces. And then there's gathering spaces like the cafeteria and library on the west side of the site. Our environmental strategy, since we were operating in the southern hemisphere, we located our building on the north end of the site. We had sawtooth roofs over the classrooms and a solar trellis for optimal solar access. And since the weather is so nice year round, we had hybrid spaces, outdoor areas, and access to a park. Taking a look at the landscape, we wanted to integrate the community. So we had circulation for both the community and the students, outdoor rooms, and we're conscious of the site views in that dense residential neighborhood. Taking a look at the plans, on the first floor, there's a centrally located lobby for easy access. Also on the north end of the site, we had a trom wall. Taking a look at that trom wall, since it does get pretty hot there in the summer, to prevent overheating, the windows are operable, and that creates like a breezy, nice hybrid space. But in the winter, those windows can close up and warm the space behind it. Also, the brick is made from, or the thermal mass is a perforated brick that's in tune with a lot of the local vernacular. As far as occupant experience, there's an open ceiling to easily access HVAC equipment, and also can be used as an educational benefit to point out how those systems work for the students. There's a rooftop water harvesting system for landscape irrigation and rainwater management. The sawtooth roof system blocks direct sunlight and creates uniform natural light in the classrooms. There's an efficient lighting system with occupant sensors to save on energy. And like I've previously mentioned, we wanted to integrate the community, so we included a soccer pitch that's accessible, as well as park access.
Efficiency was the main priority of the building's design strategy when it came to heating and cooling the indoor environment and forming the structural system. Mechanical engineering design. The structural system was informed by the local context, utilizing its similar features like brick veneer, load-bearing walls, and reinforced concrete beam systems. The structural diagrams show the build-up of the school using simple local materials. The first image is the concrete foundation in which the walls are formed on. The second image shows the concrete columns and beam systems for each floor. The west rooftop has a steel trellis system that forms on top of the columns in order to hold the solar devices. The third image displays the load-bearing interior and exterior walls. These walls are formed with concrete masonry units and are finished with a decorative brick veneer. Finally, the last image shows the exterior cladding, windows, and details that finalize the building and its structure. Now I'm going to hand it off to Vivian to talk about electricity and energy efficiency.
This is a schematic one-line diagram to explain the distribution of electricity throughout the building. The PV arrays collect electricity. The charge controller monitors whether to send the power to the system or to the battery. The inverter transfers the electricity from DC to AC, and then the main distribution panel allocates power where it is needed. And now on to energy performance. Decisions throughout were made with a large focus on reducing energy usage and achieving net zero through energy performance. This includes things like the tram wall and the thermal chimney. This is a graph of the building's usage per week throughout the whole year. The darker orange is the usage, while the lighter orange is the excess produced. The excess production allows the building to be completely net zero and run solely off of PV production. The total yearly usage is 129,778 kilowatt hours, which computes to an initial EUI of 15. To achieve net zero, 410 arrays at 340 watts are required. The total yearly energy created is 199,342 kilowatt hours per year. And the initial EUI, once that excess production is included, is negative. And this is all off the grid. I mean, we are not connected to the grid. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, University of Cincinnati. And that concludes our grand jury presentations from our division winners. I will now pass it to Holly Jameson-Carr, our director, for a few final remarks before we head to lunch. And Holly, thank you.
All right, folks, it's just me for a couple of seconds here, and one special guest coming in virtually. When we held our February semifinals event, I don't know if you know, but we sent out a progress alert and alerted congressional offices for all of the schools across the country who were moving on to the semifinal event. We let all of the congressional offices know about that. And one senator's office responded back to us with great enthusiasm, and that was Senator Manchin's office from West Virginia. And so we reached back out and really took advantage of that enthusiasm. They asked us how they could help and what a great competition this was, and could they be involved? And we said, absolutely. Would the senator like to provide remarks for our students at the main event in April? And he said yes. So what we have for you now are remarks from Senator Manchin of West Virginia to our Solar decathletes and faculty. So if we can go ahead and play that. And then you'll also see some additional video during the lunch service. Thank you.
Hello, I'm United States Senator Joe Manchin, Chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. It is an honor to welcome you to the 20th anniversary of the United States Department of Energy's Solar Decathlon. Since 2002, this special competition has empowered more than 25,000 collegiate students from around the world to design and build highly efficient and innovative buildings powered by renewable energy. Each of you are here today because of your exceptional ingenuity and tremendous dedication to your education. Those qualities will be critical to developing the innovative technologies essential to addressing climate change and charting a path through our energy transition. As the next generation of STEM leaders, our nation is counting on you to advance our understanding of the major questions facing science today and to ensure that we can continue to be global energy leaders well into the 21st century and beyond. I look forward to learning more about your innovative designs and seeing some of them come to life during the next phase of the Solar Decathlon next year. And I wish good luck to all the teams participating, not only in this competition, but in your studies and careers ahead. So please keep up the great work. I know a bright future lies ahead for each and every one of you. Thank you and God bless you.
Hello, I'm Alex Lissman, Global Environmental Executive at Bank of America. On behalf of our whole team at the bank, I want to congratulate all of the solar decathletes, as well as the Department of Energy, on your 20-year anniversary of this wonderful decathlon. At Bank of America, we're very proud to once again sponsor this event, but more importantly, we're really excited that all of you are once again able to gather together, whether virtually or in person in Colorado, to share ideas and innovation in this area that is so critical to addressing climate change and creating a sustainable future. At Bank of America, our climate strategy is guided by 2 North Stars, as we call them. First, our goal to achieve net zero carbon emissions across our whole value chain, from our operations to our supply chain to our financing activity before 2050. And secondly, our commitment to mobilize and deploy $1 trillion in capital, as a trillion, by 2030 to support our clients in their own transition. And solar energy is critical as a component to this strategy. In our operations, it's helped us achieve our goals to go carbon neutral and 100% renewable electricity, whether installing solar panels on our buildings or by entering power purchase agreements that support utility scale solar development. In our business activities, we're one of the largest financiers and investors in renewable energy. In fact, here in the US, our investments have supported the development of about 16% of all solar and wind operating today. And like I know many of you are, we're particularly focused on developing clean energy solutions for communities of color and other historically underserved areas. But this week is really all about you. So I'd close by saying just how inspiring it is to play just a small part in supporting you, the next generation of innovators that will help to speed our transition to a clean energy future we all need. So I hope you have a great event, and good luck again to all of those decathletes.
My name is Michael Kramer. I'm managing principal at RDH.
My name's Amy Montgomery. I'm a building science engineer and I work out of the RDH office in Toronto.
My name is Sherman and I'm a passive house consultant at RDH Vancouver.
My name is Jason Acosta. I'm a project engineer at RDH in our Seattle office.
My name is Laura Simandl. I'm a building science engineer at RDH in the Victoria office.
I'm Rashad Brugman. I'm a building science engineer at RDH and I work at our Vancouver office.
I'm Mona Shanbag. I work as an intern architect for RDH in their Seattle office.
The solar decathlon really aligns with RDH's mission, passion, and work because it touches on a lot of the technical problems that we try to solve every day.
We are really interested and want to ambitiously address climate change through our work in buildings. And the students that are participating in the Solar Decathlon have the same goals, same passion, same ambition.
And it really requires everybody to work together. And I see RDH at the forefront of that because of RDH's highly collaborative culture.
Through the Solar Decathlon, you're getting a head start, I think, on a lot of your peers and a lot of other people in your position.
You're already doing fantastic work by engaging in a project and a challenge like the Solar Decathlon.
Be curious, think of proven and conventional, but also highly innovative and cutting edge solutions.
I would say no difficulty is without its own unique reward, but you won't find out what that reward is until you take on that difficulty. So go for it, but most importantly, have fun. This will be a time you'll definitely look back on like I always do.
I am Rand Ekman. I'm Chief Sustainability Officer for HKS. HKS is a global architecture firm. We have about 25 offices all around the world. We have been a sponsor of the Department of Energy's Solar Decathlon program for 2 years now. So I want to say thank you for everyone who's participating in the Solar Decathlon. It fits directly into what HKS's objectives are, which is to deliver great architecture that is beautiful, that performs well, and that solves the problems that our clients are bringing to us. Thank you all for taking that on. It's meaningful, it's fun, and it matters a lot. HKS is proud to support the Solar Decathlon.
My name is Caroline Sorge, and I work as the Design Green Fellow at HKS, based in the Houston office. About 5 years ago, I was an architecture student at Rice University and served as a co-captain of our Solar Decathlon team. I really think that we can only do this if we put our minds together and form an interdisciplinary approach.
My name is Kevin Vandeman, and I'm a project designer in Washington, D.C. And I was a student team leader for the University of Maryland's Watershed House when we won the Solar Decathlon in 2011. The Decathlon touches on so many aspects that are important about being an architect, whether that be sustainability, innovation, or just the importance of craft.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tommy Zakraszewski. As the Director of Building Engineering Physics at HKS Architects in our Chicago office, I lead in the integration of optimizing the physical characteristics of buildings and their systems to balance energy demands, exploit natural energy sources, and minimize the reliance on carbon-based energy sources. The ability to bring current trends and knowledge from our ever-changing and adapting industry into the Solar Decathlon helps to accelerate our efforts towards a low-carbon future. At HKS, we view design as a process of exploration and discovery fueled by limitless thinking. I'm so delighted to see all the finalist teams and their creative solutions, many of which are fueled by that same limitless thinking. Congratulations once again to all the finalist teams.
The allure of technology was a natural thing for me. That spark of that idea, that energy, that spark is infectious.
I was that nerdy girl who grew up attracted to smart people.
When I started with Infineon, everyone was so good. Okay, maybe it's a honeymoon period and it'll go off. So I was waiting, but it has still not ended, right? The honeymoon continues.
Infineon's a very special place as a company, as a culture, as a technology provider. It's one of those things you kind of get surprised when you come. Infineon's an international company, which makes us by nature very diverse. It's such an engineering and technology-driven company that we really like and pursue any idea from any walk of life.
We have 14,000 products that we offer the industry. The technology is fantastic. I touch all of the great ideas. In addition to that, I have a culture I'm happy to be a part of.
Infineon is an organization that focuses on people, that focuses on the work-life balance and respects what that means to each individual.
What I found with Infineon is there was an allowance for people to be human. I feel like I have lifelong friends.
Innovation happens with integration when people come together. So I think this is the perfect place for innovation.
If you look at the way the culture works, if you have a thing you want to go do, people will be supportive the whole time.
The technology is something that is the path to the future.
Come and experience the culture. Come and experience the opportunities.
Everything that we do at Infineon will have an impact in the long run for our children, for their children.
Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. We could not do this without you. And now your meals are starting to come out. So I hope you'll enjoy a hearty lunch. And we'll get started with programming again in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks, I hope you're enjoying your lunch. Please continue to dine. And the hits just keep coming here at Solar Decathlon. We have already spoken to you about Solar Decathlon Pro. We have already spoken to you about our Pathways program, and now my colleague Jamie and I are going to talk to you a little bit about yet another exciting announcement that we have for Solar Decathlon moving forward. Our exciting recognition opportunity this time is for collegiate institutions. So this is for you and your faculty members to really pay attention to. Our faculty and our institutions who are leading the way in post-secondary education. I'd like to invite my colleague, Jamie Van Morik, who has also served this weekend as a Build Challenge juror. Thank you. I'd like to invite Jamie to come up and tell you all about it. Jamie?
Thanks so much, Holly. As you know, President Biden has set a goal of net zero emissions economy by 2050. We all know buildings are critical to hitting this target. And to get there, we need zero energy design to be standard fare in architecture and engineering programs around the world. That's not the case right now, but institutions, many in this room, are showing leadership. DOE is establishing a new zero energy design designation that will recognize post-secondary programs of study that prepare students for 21st century building careers, which will help to future-proof our workforce. There are two major components to the zero energy design designation. First, a strong foundation in building science, meaning specific learning objectives. And yes, the Solar Decathlon Building Science Education Program does just this. The second part is a zero energy design practicum. And guess what? The Solar Decathlon will meet this requirement also, with either the design or the build challenge participation. This designation will be good for 3 years and can be renewed. I'd like to thank the following institutions for participating in a pilot program for the designation. Ball State University. Thank you, thank you. The Catholic University of America. Also, thank you. The Illinois Institute of Technology. And the University of Cincinnati. From this pilot alone, 8 programs of study at these 4 institutions will receive this new designation when it launches in August. Qualified programs can be specialty tracks, certificates, or standalone undergraduate or graduate degree programs. Annual participation in the Solar Decathlon is an option for meeting the designation requirements, both the building science education and the zero energy design practicum. DOE will highlight programs of study receiving the designation on our website. We also plan to highlight these programs to high school students interested in clean energy careers who we work with through the new Solar Decathlon Pathways program. We're connecting all the dots here, right, across the lifetime. So if you'd like to be a part of this first cohort, students, encourage your faculty to do this. And you'd like to receive this designation with the first class in August, I encourage you to take the first step this weekend. You can check out the details on the program webpage, brand new, linked at the QR code. Go ahead and take a photo right now of that, and register there for an informational webinar, which will be held on Monday, May 16th from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And I realize we are at the end of a semester for many of us. That may be a graduation weekend. If you're not able to attend it, go ahead and register anyway. We are going to record it and share it. But you can also email us, and so we have an email address on the slide. We are so excited to work with you to bring building science and zero energy design to more students at more collegiate institutions. And I'd like, at this point in time, to invite Joan Glickman.
Well, while Holly gets that started, I'm going to go ahead and do this, if this works. Oh, shoot. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm about to, thank you, Jamie, and I'm excited to announce the People's Choice Award now. So I just found out I was doing that. I probably should have known yesterday, but I was not paying enough attention, evidently. So before we get to the candles and cake, it's my honor to announce the winners of another piece of our 20th anniversary celebrations, the 20th Anniversary People's Choice Award. A People's Choice winner has been crowned for each of the Build Challenge cycles over the past 20 years. To celebrate the many outstanding designs and buildings from the history of the Solar Decathlon, we opened up a 20th Anniversary People's Choice Award. It was a voting session over the past few months that included both design and Build Challenge teams. The winning Build Challenge houses from the past 20 years were eligible, as well as the People's Choice awardees. For the Design Challenge, all past winners were eligible. Our 20th Anniversary People's Choice awardees received the same stunning new trophies, that's exciting, as our Design Challenge teams, created by a local Colorado, you already heard that, a great artist. It's beautiful. Okay, without further ado, I am pleased to announce that the winner of the Build Challenge 20th Anniversary People's Choice Award is the University of Louisiana at Lafayette from the 2009 Build Challenge. Their home, Beau Soleil, I don't know if they're showing it. Oh yeah, they are. Are they? Oh yes, there you go. Beau Soleil, which means sunshine in Cajun French, won the People's Choice Award back in 2009 because the team poured their hearts and local traditions into the design. The team also wrote, The team also wrote and published a book about their Solar Decathlon experience called Generating Hope, Stories of the Beau Soleil, Louisiana Solar Home. And here's a quote. I've been able to build a socially responsible house for the university, the culture, and the state that I love, said architecture student at the time, Gretchen Lacombe Vanacour, the team's project manager. So congratulations to the University of Louisiana. And now the winner of the Design Challenge 20th Anniversary People's Choice Award is Virginia Polytech, or just Virginia Tech, I guess, and State University from the 2019 Design Challenge. Their entry, Tree House, focused on the intersection of ecology and technology, using digital tools to help our species live more lightly on this earth. Treehouse was a net positive, regenerative, attached housing project that was inspired by the ways trees collect and distributed resources in the forest. Congratulations. And thanks so much to those of you who voted, and we're looking forward to the birthday celebration in a few minutes.
I will. All right. I am super excited to give away some bonus awards. So congratulations to the teams that stuck around because there are some awesome bonus awards in here. If you are called up for a bonus award, please send one representative from your team. We're just going to give you your certificate. All right. Yes. All right. These are pretty creative, so you might want to pay attention. Bonus awards are certificates intended to recognize excellence, professionalism, hard work, and enthusiasm that teams demonstrate beyond the deliverable requirements, and we've seen quite a bit of that this weekend. These awards are selected by the organizers. You know, we want to have the fun the jurors have too. So send one representative up. And if you're not on site, we'll get you a virtual one. So our first one is for Team Spirit. And this one is called the Charming Camaraderie Award for Outstanding Team Spirit, given to the Illinois Institute of Technology. Is there one person? Just give it to him. Yeah. Okay. All right. Congratulations, IIT. All right. The next one is the Graphic Designer Award. We know during the pandemic, virtual backgrounds became a thing, and we've seen some incredible virtual backgrounds. Apparently, some of you have some graphic designers on your team. This one, Graphic Designer Award for Spectacular Team Virtual Background, goes to the University of California, Los Angeles. Congratulations, UCLA. They're virtual. All right. Team names kind of come and go. We ask you to put one on your registration back in October, and then it kind of maybe floats along with teams, and sometimes you come up with something new. But for 2022 Name of the Year Award for Unique Team Name, we give it to the University of Technology, Sydney, the Decathlon. They made an awesome logo too, if you saw that. All right. This next one is the Professional Portrait Award for a fantastic team photo. There were many great team photos. I'm surprised the creativity levels have definitely gone through the roof, especially when you all can't get together and get in one picture. This one goes to the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. Congratulations. Good job. All right, the next one, when you're a first-year team, the Solar Decathlon can be quite intimidating, and there's lots of questions, and it's hard to be a rookie. So this is the Rockstar Rookie Award for an impressive first-time team, and this one goes to the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. Congratulations. I don't think they're here. All right. This next award is for those amazing exhibits that appear in our building and then amazingly disappear at the same time at the end of the day. I never know where they go. But the Showstopper Award for Extraordinary Exhibit goes to the University of Arizona. Somebody come get it? Congratulations. You want to walk that over? Thanks. All right. When you're doing design, industry engagement is so important, and nothing is more important in the Solar Decathlon than finding good partners to help you make your project successful. So for the Smooth Operator Award for Excellence in Industry Engagement, this award goes to the Cooper Union for Advancement of Science and Art. Congratulations. Congratulations, Cooper Union. This next bonus award is for addressing environmental justice. This is a priority at DOE and with many organizations right now. So we called this the Presidential Initiative Award for Addressing Environmental Justice. And this one goes to Thomas Jefferson University. Congratulations. I think they're virtual. This is a good one. All right. Don't rock the ballroom, okay? This is the All-In Award for notable engagement at the competition event. The organizers kind of took that one step farther and gave it to the team that showed up in force. Congratulations, Ball State University. We appreciate you, Ball State. This next award is for listening to the organizers, honestly. I don't know how many times Amanda and I say, turn your submissions in on time, turn them in on time. Don't forget to be early on your submissions. So for the Timely Team Award that had the first complete design narrative submitted, we have the University of Technology, Sydney. Pays to submit early. Okay. Due to time constraints, I'll keep going. Okay, the next one is our Director's Award. So the sole person that selects this is our wonderful director, Holly Carr, and that one goes to Howard University. Congratulations, Howard. I'm going. This next one's our Golden Reel Film Award. This is for, oh yeah, no, please. Congratulations. The Golden Reel Film Award goes to the fantastic multimedia pitch submission, which were 90-second videos, which you'll be seeing more of on social media. This one goes to Tennessee State University. You're up. Oh, there are two of them now.
These all me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right, so we have 3 of these for Build Challenge teams. First, for a team that has had to learn a lot about how to work with local codes and local zoning. I mean, a lot of our teams are doing that, but this particular team is going through that. So the Red Tape Award is going to Northeastern University. The sweatshirt, yeah. And second, for a team that is always engaged, always organized, always getting their message out there with really great team marketing, I'll say, the Social Media Award goes to University of Waterloo. And finally, for the team that, I think we calculated this, but the team that traveled the furthest distance to get here to Colorado, the Distance Award goes to the sole student that came from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. There he is. All right. At this time, I will hand it over to Holly.
All right. Okay, I'm going to have to read notes on very small font here, so bear with me. But I know what's going on. I know that you have one more very important person, fan of the Solar Decathlon, who would really like to say hello. The Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, cannot be with us today, but she really wanted to share a message with you, even though she's away on conflicting travel. She's been a fantastic supporter of the work that you are doing and a champion of the clean energy workforce. But I will not speak anymore for her. I will just let her speak for herself. Please play our video.
Thank you, Holly, and hello, everyone. It is such a treat to take part in the 20th anniversary of the Solar Decathlon. Let me start by congratulating our Design Challenge Division winners and our Build Challenge finalists, and by thanking all of our decathletes. Today, we really celebrate you. We celebrate your innovation, your resilience, your creations. As solar decathletes, you have stepped up to a challenge that goes far beyond the walls of your classrooms, even beyond the borders of our country, because these high-performance, low-carbon buildings of yours, they can help us overcome the climate crisis. President Biden, as you know, has laid out the boldest climate agenda in our nation's history. This administration is doing everything in our power to put America on a path to net zero by 2050. And that path runs straight through our buildings, which account for over a third of our carbon emissions. Our buildings account for about 40% of the nation's energy use. The buildings actually account for a whopping 75% of the electricity that we consume. And that's one reason why the bipartisan infrastructure law included a $3.5 billion investment in DOE's Weatherization Assistance Program. That program actually provides energy efficiency upgrades to lower income households, which, as you know, increases their health, their safety, and of course, all important, lowers their energy bills. But there is just so much more to do. We need big, innovative, imaginative ideas to improve the energy efficiency of our buildings, to reduce our emissions, to lower energy costs for all Americans. We need thoughtful engagement to make sure that the communities that are most impacted by climate change and high energy costs are not the communities left behind. And we need dedicated and passionate and experienced green building visionaries to make it all happen. And that means we need you. Your buildings are real life examples of what architecture and engineering can do for people. You are solving vital problems. And let me just say, none of this could be possible without the program staff, the advisors, the mentors, the alumni, including, of course, this year's Richard King Outstanding Faculty and Outstanding Alumni Award recipients, who are all a testament to Solar Decathlon's impact. Speaking of alumni, I was thrilled to hear about the new Solar Decathlon high school program, Solar Decathlon Pathways. There's no one better suited to inspire the next generation of solar decathletes than our alumni network, which is now 40,000 strong and spread all over the world. And for many of those alumni, the Solar Decathlon was really a springboard to careers in clean energy. But we need to grow the ranks of big thinkers with bold ideas for new buildings that are energy efficient and affordable and designed with our communities in mind. And that's why we're partnering with the American Institute of Architects to launch the new Solar Decathlon Professionals Program, which is aimed at imparting practical experience with zero energy building design to professional architects and engineers. And that's why I hope that many of this year's decathletes are going to explore careers in that field too. Because throughout this competition, you have all discovered an awesome power, which is the power to help millions of American families live happier and healthier and safer lives with a little bit more money in their pockets to boot. And if you're ready to use that power, the Department of Energy is currently recruiting for our Clean Energy Corps, 1,000 new employees to help us implement the bipartisan infrastructure law. So for any soon-to-be graduates out there, go to energy.gov/cleanenergycorps to learn more and use the code #Decathlon to apply. So congratulations once again on all of your accomplishments. I can't wait to see what you dream up next. And happy anniversary to Solar Decathlon. I sure am looking forward to the future of this great program.
It is always amazing to have our Secretary of Energy participate with us in Solar Decathlon, and glad that she could find some time to record a video for us. We are lucky to have her leading the transition to a clean energy economy by 2050 at DOE. As the NREL team can attest, we are now to the portion of the program that I have personally been looking forward to the most, the birthday cake. And I know that you're mostly eating out there, but we're going to do this a little bit the way I like to do it, which is dessert first. So we're going to go ahead and light our birthday candles and do a little bit of a toast here with all of you. For our virtual attendees, I'm really sorry that we cannot mail you cupcakes, but if you can grab a beverage of your choice to have nearby when we do our little 20th anniversary toast in just a few minutes, that would be great. Joan?
Great, thank you. It's incredible to think that the Solar Decathlon is now as old as many of its participants. And that's a testament to the fact that the Department of Energy, I'm proud to say, has had a long-standing and continues to have a long-standing commitment to innovation and a clean energy future. I'm so proud to be part of the Solar Decathlon history and excited to be part of its future. In the 20 years since the first competition, the Solar Decathlon has inspired tens of thousands of students to push boundaries in their education and their careers. What started as a few hundred students constructing curiosities on the National Mall has grown to thousands designing and building residential and commercial buildings in competitions around the world. And while we love the Solar Decathlon competitions, we know that the Solar Decathlon is really about something greater. That is what happens after the competitions. The innovations in engineering and in design, the real-world projects that Solar Decathlon alumni contribute to across the globe. So now you join the ranks of this distinguished group, a group of thinkers, doers, and collaborators who will help us achieve a future where zero-carbon construction and renovation are the norm rather than the exception. So with that, we are going to light the candles, I believe.
We're going to do our little toast.
Oh, we're doing our toast first, sorry.
Yes. All right, if you'd all raise a glass, and we'll say cheers to the students, faculty, visitors, volunteers, sponsors, and partners who have built the Solar Decathlon over the past 20 years, and here's to the next 20 years. Cheers. Cheers. You want to cheers again?
Again, let's do it again.
We'll cheers again.
Okay, now I'm
you're
supposed
on
to
the
light
candles.
right? Am I lighting?
All right, now we're going to light these candles. If we can do this, we've got heavy-duty candle lighter here.
Okay.
All right, I'll light and you do the thing.
Okay. On the count of 3, I want to hear some noise out there. Please join us in celebrating and wishing the Solar Decathlon a happy 20th birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday!
We can't blow in our cake.
Did that already. They did that.
I'll save you. I got you. You're coming up, right? Okay.
All right, the moment has come. We are going to do our 2022 residential grand winner. I'd like to say thank you again to our grand jurors who have now entered the room. Alex McDonald, sorry, they're eating, Celeste Sizik, and Lalitha S. Lalitha, thank you so much for being virtual and participating, and thank you to all of our teams for your amazing presentations. The jurors definitely had difficult deliberations. And without further ado, Amanda is holding our amazing trophies. The 2022 Design Challenge Residential Grand Winner demonstrated a comprehensive understanding of financing, gave careful consideration to transforming the community and employed building science principles to look at seasonal variations in their energy modeling. Join me in congratulating Georgia Tech in the Retrofit Housing Division. We'll go on the other side of the cake. It's heavy. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Let's take a picture.
Oh.
You go there.
Oh, you're going?
And then we'll let you take one by yourself. Congratulations, Georgia Tech in retrofit housing. So excited, that's our new division. Oh yes, if they would like to give 1 minute of remarks, you can do that over here.
Please. Hello, everyone. This is really exciting, and it feels great because this is a hard work of 12 students plus a faculty person who dedicatedly worked for a lot of months. And we would like to thank Solar Decathlon to provide us this opportunity and making us able to work for such projects. And it was such a great learning experience for all of us. We learned a lot to how to work in a team, how to develop a project, how to make a retrofit house work not just net zero, net positive. And that is really great. We hope to do this over our period of time of career, and we are sure that everyone over here is excited about making this world a better place to live. Thank you so much. And a few thank yous to people who made this project possible. The community of English Avenue, who provided us, who guided us how to work towards achieving this goal and by how to provide them a better living condition. Westside Future Fund, a local organization who is very closely working with English Avenue and the community and helped us provided needed data. And Perkins and Will, who provided us a very critical feedback on our systems that we were developing. And this is a result of everyone's hard work. Thank you so much.
Good job. Good job.
That is fantastic. Thank you, team. Congratulations to our residential grand winner. All right. Now we will move on to our commercial grand winner. The 2022 Design Challenge commercial grand winner had an excellent design aesthetic, developed excellent partnerships, and shared an interesting model with you all. Join me in congratulating the University of Arizona in the Multifamily Building Division. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and you guys can have 1 minute of remarks, so I'll let you decide that after pictures. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Great job.
Thanks so much.
I'll run to the other side. Oh, okay. Do we want to be not in front of the, yeah, go ahead to this side. I mean, it's cute. You guys can do more.
Sure. Okay. Not really, but go ahead.
Well, I don't know what to say. I guess the first thing I want to do is thank our amazing professor, Jonathan Bean. We could not have done it without him. This has just been such an amazing experience, and I want to thank everyone that's made it possible and has been a part of it. I'd also like to thank our studio peers. They made every day going in the studio so much more enjoyable and pushed us further than we ever thought possible. So thank you guys, and yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you. All right. Holly?
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations to our grand winners, and indeed to everyone who made it to this event. We are thrilled to have you. We certainly hope that you found this event rewarding, both personally and professionally, and we're always looking for ways to make this experience as meaningful as possible for our participants. So please do share your experience with us. You will be receiving a link for your comments, and we'd really appreciate if you take a little time to fill that out. Please also feel free to reach out to me directly with your thoughts so that we can continue to make this competition the best that it can be. You are now Solar Decathlon alumni. Yay! Welcome. Welcome to this prestigious network. We encourage you to join the Solar Decathlon Alumni Association group, which is on LinkedIn. You can do it right now. I won't be offended if you get out those cell phones and get on LinkedIn and get connected with us right now. Let us know. We want to keep in touch with you. Please let us know how your projects and your careers progress. We love hearing from our students. As we mentioned before, the new Solar Decathlon Pathways program is a great way to stay involved with the Solar Decathlon community if you are graduating this year. If you are not graduating, or if you are moving on to graduate school, it's not too early to think about the 2023 Design Challenge or the 2025 Build Challenge. Registration opens this July for the 2023 Design Challenge. And the 2025 Build Challenge will open during the summer of 2024. Faculty, again, thank you so much for continuing to make Solar Decathlon a part of your curriculum. Let us know if there is anything that we can do to help you better integrate the competition even more seamlessly into your coursework. I want to wish all of you very safe travels. And for those of you who are joining from home or from school, thank you for spending so much time with us virtually on your screens. We know that was challenging. And we hope that, I hope that I can turn off, we hope that you can all turn off your screens now and enjoy the rest of your weekends. Thank you to all of you, and congratulations again to all of our teams. Thanks.
If you will let me reminisce for one more moment, and then I'll stop talking and you can be done. But when the organizers ended the live Zoom broadcast for the 2020 competition, I was home by myself. Sorry. And after handing out awards to a camera, as the rest of my team was also home, we had pivoted in just 4 weeks to bring the competition to 100% virtual. And that was tough. I was disappointed and I missed all of you. I cried for the missed opportunities for the students that year, the opportunity to come and meet the jurors and have some of those one-on-one conversations that you had today. The Solar Decathlon organizers then went on to host a completely virtual event in 2021. We persevered to keep the spirit alive, and so did the teams. Thank you. Despite students having to learn a whole new way online of learning and collaboration with virtual teammates, we ended up having a record year for both design and build challenge teams. As we waited with excitement this year for a hopeful return to in-person, we knew we needed a new normal like the rest of the world, a completely hybrid format for the competition. Thank you all for being our guinea pigs for this inaugural hybrid event. This may be the first, but it will not be the last. This is the new normal, so we can reach even more schools around the world and across the United States. This is the kind of change we need to see, a new normal, and you are developing that. Together, Solar Decathlon alumni across the world will show that high-performance buildings are the new normal. Buildings must react to the environment, not disrupt it. The common action needs to be to orient buildings right the first time, build with plenty of insulation with the right enclosure, ensure triple pane windows, build for resilience, and more. Do it right the first time, do it right because that helps the occupant, our community, and the world. We need to conserve energy, generate as much site as possible on site, and create safe and welcoming environments. You have the experience, and now you know it's possible. Today, you've taken the steps to improve our industry. Take these moments with you into your career and seek opportunities to create the new normal in your next organization. Thank you for being with us. We hope to remain connected, as Holly said, whether this is at next year's event or as part of Solar Decathlon Pathways or an alumni event in the future. As we all celebrate the end of this year's competition event, let's reflect together on this amazing accomplishment and all your hard work. Thank you.